to this meeting today of the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board. It's Thursday the 7th of October. We have a number of people online and some board members coming on as well. We're just waiting for one or two. I'll kick off by introducing myself, Belinda Ward. I'm representative of the Bay of Islands, the Paihia subdivision area, which also encompasses Waitangi right out to Pakaraka Puketona, and I'm your chair for today. I'll pass you on to the deputy chair to introduce himself.
Good morning, Frank Owen, deputy chair, representing the Kirikiri subdivision.
Manuela.
Good morning, my name is Manuela and I'm representing Kororareka Aupua Rāwhiti Tauai.
Manawai.
Morena, ko Manawai Wales tōku ingoa no Waiomi o Ahau. I'm representing Moeroa Kawakoa communities. Kia ora.
Dave.
Morena koutou, ko Dave Hokwe Kopa, tōku ingoa no Waipapa Ahau. I'm representing the Kirikiri Waipapa subdivision.
Do we have Lane Ear?
I just have him on the phone, Belinda. We're still just trying to connect Lane and Bruce, yeah. So
we have Lane Ear from the Kirikiri subdivision and member Bruce Mills from the Whangaroa, Kaya resident from the Whangaroa subdivision area. We do have some staff online. We have Casey. Casey is our liaison person in governance, Casey Gannon, my right-hand lady. Thank you. We also have Councillor David Clendon, CEO, Sean Clark.
Morena.
Who else can I see there? Introduce yourself if you're hanging in the background there. I can't see you all. No? Everybody's...
Morning, Belinda.
Good morning, Helen.
Hello, I'm here representing Infrastructure and Asset Management today, and we also have Louise Wilson sitting in. Louise is new to the IAM group. She took the role of the Infrastructure Compliance Lead when Jocelyn Allen, who many of you will know, when she left us in July. So Louise has joined us from the District Services team, and this is her first community board that she sat in on. So we're sitting in on it together to support each other. And if you have any IAM questions, we will aim to answer them. And if we can't, we'll take them offline and get the answer for you.
Great. Lovely to have you. Thanks, Helen. And welcome, Louise. Okay. So, here we have Bruce and Lane. Would you like to introduce yourselves to the members of the public watching? You're muted.
Well, now I'm unmuted. My name is Lane Eyre. I have the pleasure of representing the Kirikiri subdivision. Bruce.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Bruce Mills and I represent the Whangaroa subdivision. And I hate this Zoom.
Right, thank you everybody. On that note, we will start the meeting with the karakia, an opening prayer, which I shall read on behalf of the board. We ask that through the board's discussions and decisions, the representatives elected may advocate on behalf of the Bay of Islands Whangaroa community with aroha, imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of the community and solves the community's problems efficiently and effectively. Right, so I'll move straight into apologies. At this stage, I have apologies from Councillor Rachel Smith, who is on the road and may not have connectivity. I also would like to welcome Councillor David Clendon to the meeting, and I would like to move that the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board welcome Councillor Clendon and that he be permitted to speak during the member debate. David will not be voting. Do I have a seconder for that?
Manuela.
Thank you. Now we're voting by division today, individually. So when I call your name, please respond. Do we have that, Casey?
Yes, we do. Here we are.
Thank you. So I move the apologies, seconded by Manuela.
So sorry, moved and seconded the speaking rights for Councillor Clendon.
And apologies from Councillor Rachel Smith. Thank you.
All right.
So I have Lane.
Aye.
We've got Manuela,
Yes.
Bruce,
Aye.
Frank,
Aye.
Manawai,
Aye.
and Dave.
Aye.
Thank you. It's carried. Right, so we'll move on to our public forum session. We have a few speakers today there in the lobby. And first up, we have Chris Galbraith speaking on behalf of Far North Holdings. Now, this is on page 37 of your agenda. This is in relation to the Whangaroa, the entrance gateway project for the installation on the Russell Wharf, a very exciting project. And Chris has got 5 minutes to fill us in on that. And if you have any questions for him, this would be the time to ask them so that he can get on with the rest of his day. So Chris, without further ado, if you are there, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou, board and then a chair. This is a project that stems from the Te Huia celebrations back and has been led by the community in respect of the Kororaka Marae and also the Kororaka Wharf and Maritime Kaitiaki Trust, which is community represented with a number of trustees. The component that we're talking about here is the Whangaroa, which is the entrance to the wharf, which will be a carved feature as shown. We do have some photographic imagery of the carvings, but I mean, the artist has preferred for those images to remain under wraps until it's actually just unveiled for the community. But they are largely represented by that image that you have on the on page 40. This is the second of the component of the project. There's a whero that's been carved also. That is to be installed at the very head of the wharf and in the water on the front of the large pontoon closest to Paihera, if you like. So if you go down to the wharf now, you'll see that at the end of that pontoon at Russell, you'll see a large pile there with a big spigot coming out of it. On top of that will be placed a very impressive carved whero, which will point over towards Waitangi and Paihia. So that feature is part of this wider project. The Whangaroa again is seen as to be placed at the head of the wharf. We've had discussions with most of the community of interest in regards to its placement, location specific, and you'll see the comments there from NTA in relation to its role, close proximity to traffic and movement, etc. We've also taken a lot of care around its placement in regards to the fuel lines, because as you can see, it's very close to the entrance to the wharf where the fuel lines traverse. The idea in terms of its construction and delivery will be that whilst we're trying to aim for an unveiling on the 16th of January, we really do need to have the footings and foundations in well before then, such that we can achieve a relatively unimpeded Christmas period without construction activity. So we look to be doing those footings for the Whangaroa in December, and then leaving them covered for the placement of the Whangaroa physically in and around a couple of days before the 16th. The report mentions briefly another component of these cultural features, which is again a Whangaroa at Tamaki, which is on the dockland by up the hill there. That's another component of the wider project. But as you can see, it's it's going to be a unique and special cultural feature for Russell, and something that's probably been well overdue. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's about as much as I need to.
That's lovely, Chris. Thank you. The report is self-explanatory, and we do have the artist's impression there of the carvings, and the unveiling is February, is it? February the
16th of January.
16th of January. Okay, so that's an exciting date to put in our calendar. And the works will be commencing they're proposed to commence in December, to the physical works to actually mitigate any interruption to the busy summer season and the tourism flow. Even if the international market's not back, the domestic market will be very busy. So thank you for that. Now I have questions. Manuela, you have a question for Chris?
Hey, Chris. No, I haven't got a question. I just wanted to express my excitement over this, especially with the upcoming placemaking for the Strand. And this is going to be a great start for people to see what can be done in the community. And I'm also excited to finally get Russell some cultural boost to see what's, we're not just the nice colonial houses and the hellhole of the South Pacific, so it'd be good to see that too. And I'm especially looking forward to, once this has all been approved, to see the community being informed what's happening and being part of the excitement leading up to it, not just for the unveiling day. So I'm hoping that's all part of the plan too, because nothing has been yet in the public, which is fair enough, because you want to sort things out before you go to the public. And I actually seen the carvings. It's going to be good. It's going to be really good. It's awesome. Yeah. So yeah, thank you.
Great, thanks, Manuela. Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Any other questions or comments for Chris? No? All good, that's lovely. Well, thank you, Chris. We'll be dealing with the recommendation later on in our meeting. And thank you for addressing us this morning. And we'll let you off for the rest of the day. Enjoy.
Thanks very much, everybody. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Right, next we have up Jeff Lawson on behalf of Youthline. Now, this is in regard to item 7.9. It's a funding application, and it's on page 85 of your agenda. Just give you a minute to find that if you haven't got that up already. Okay, Jeff, hi.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 5 minutes to address us on your application, and then if there's any questions from members, I'll open the floor, okay?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity of meeting with you today. It's a pleasure to put myself, at least by video, into the far north. Love it in that part of the country. So I'm Jeff Lawson. I'm the funding manager for Youthline. In particular, I'm responsible for raising funds for the Youthline helpline. I'm also hearing impaired, Chair, and which means that I may have difficulty hearing questions. And I wonder if those who have any questions might use the chat. Thank you. I struggle a bit with these sort of things. So, Youthline, if you're not aware of us, we've been operating and supporting young people in their whānau for over 50 years now. We operate a free 24/7 national crisis helpline, which is staffed by volunteers, 200 of them. They go through an extensive training program. And they contributed 15,000 hours last year. So we're very dependent upon volunteers. Last year, we received almost 150,000 texts, calls, emails, and web chats to the helpline. 91% are by text, which we know that young people prefer the at least initial anonymity that a text provides them with. and certainly since the launch of text availability, we saw a huge spike in contacts to us. So that's 150,000 a year. And when you break that down, we estimate that something in the order of just over 700 young people from the Bay of Islands, Whangaroa area contacted us. There are 3,150 young people aged 15 to 24 in your area, which means that almost 1 in 4 reached out to us for help. And with COVID, we've seen a doubling of contacts from young people reaching out for support, and concerningly and alarmingly, a 90% increase in what we call care and protection, which is at the heavy end of the connection of the contact, if you will, and a 23% increase in suicide risk. Our therapy services have experienced a 300% increase in suicide risk. It's of major concern to us, and has been since the start of the pandemic, that young people are experiencing considerably higher levels of distress. And that manifests itself in the fact that over 50% of the contacts that we receive relate to mental health issues. 1 in 2 is about mental health. 1 in 5 is about suicidality. So we have a significant role to play in supporting the rangatahi of our communities. And as I say, over 700 of rangatahi in your area contacted us for support. We also we promote our helpline service. We're well known, 76% in the last survey of young people were aware of our existence. We also promote through schools and working in collaboration with the Parenting Places Attitude Division, it's a youth division. We're involved in promoting our services into schools. And in the last year, we promoted our services in the schools to 1,112 students who are attending Kirikiri High School and Whangaroa College. So that's an example of we're active in the community. We don't have a physical presence per se, but we do have a school promotion program. And of course, in this digital world, our counsellors can be based anywhere, and our counsellors are based in Auckland and in regions south of Auckland. And with digital technology, the young people are able to access us. The helpline costs us $1.3 million a year to operate, $1.3 million a year. That's what I have to try and raise. We receive government funding of $90,000. That's all. That means I've got to get out there and raise 1.2 million. Many of our funders have had a reduced capacity to provide funding because of COVID. And we're very grateful for those organisations that have been able to support us, and local councils have been very much in that category. And we've recently received support from local councils as diverse as Waipa District Council and the Waitomo District Council, just as some examples. The Bay of Islands Whangaroa share of the 1.35 million is $6,472. And that's just on a pro rata basis. And so it's an estimate. And for the purposes of this application, we're asking you for a contribution to that of $5,000. It's a service that continues to be particularly important in supporting the rangatahi of your area and New Zealand generally. And this COVID long tail will continue to require heightened levels of support for these young people. Thank you for the opportunity of speaking to you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Oh, great. Now, there's a few questions in the chat there. You may have already answered one of them from Dave Hookway. How
Yes.
many of your councillors are based in the Bay of Islands area?
Oh, yeah. Given the nature of, I mean, we basically operate from 7 hubs, or actually hubs, 3 hubs in Auckland, what we call hubs, and this is where, in normal circumstances, the councillors go to a physical facility, which is our community centres in Auckland, as an example, and in Palmerston and in Wellington, Christchurch, etc., etc. We don't have a physical presence on the ground. But what we do is we have an extensive network of contacts to social service agencies in your towns, and we will refer where the young person needs to have a further form of support. We will refer to the local counselling agencies. In fact, in talking to the Te Hiku local community board earlier in the week, one of the counsellors had direct experience of Youthline, and with her daughter, who had contacted us and been provided with support. So what we try and do is obviously be connected to your local community without having a physical presence, if that's
Thanks, Jeff. Yes, that answers that. And the next question, probably similar. Do you have a connection with Bay of Islands College in Kawakawa?
Well, we do, and our program is such. Unfortunately, the program of in-school promotions has been severely affected by lockdowns and COVID. So we haven't quite completed our programs, but Bay of Islands College is definitely on the list to attend and provide support for them.
Thank you. And another question we have here is, what is your point of difference to the services also available for free by Rangarao, if I pronounce that correctly, Whakarangaro?
Yes. Look, I'm not absolutely sure of what services are available by that organisation, but if I could just illustrate with the services that we provide. So we start with the helpline, and if it's a simple inquiry, our counsellors can handle it. If it's a serious inquiry, we escalate. It's a triage service. So we. If someone is in serious need of help and support and talking about suicide, we quickly escalate that to counsellors who are online and experienced in dealing these sort of things. We also offer a range of other services in terms of counselling and online counselling at the moment to both young people and their whānau. We offer a range of personal development programs, and so I think it's fair to say we operate a complete wraparound service for these young people, and I hope that covers what we do, and on the basis of the point of difference is a national organisation that draws on resources from a lot of places. It's been around for 50 years, I guess.
Lovely. Thank you, Jeff. And Dave has actually posted a link in the chat for you to have a look at. It may not be spelt correctly. Apologies for that, but for you to have a look at that if you'd like to find out more about it.
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Doesn't appear to be any more questions there for you. So thank you for joining us today, and we'll make our decision regarding your funding application later on in the meeting.
Thank you, and delighted to meet with you, and thank you so much for the opportunity. All the very best. Thank you. Bye now.
Thanks for joining us.
I'm heading off to my picnic now.
A picnic?
I'm heading off for a picnic with my mokopuna.
Good on you. It's pouring with rain, so take a brolly if it might be sunny where you are.
Yes, thanks a lot. Thank you. Bye now. Bye.
Bye. Right, so next up we do we have a speaker here for Divine Community Oasis? We have an agenda item on page 70 for the car park, the road ceiling for the car park in the Russell Baptist Church. Do we have a speaker here, Casey, for them?
Sorry, Belinda, I don't believe that they're online, but the board members will be aware of the, oh, sorry, Manuela may know more. Her hand is raised.
Sorry, I've got bad quality jumping up over here. Yes, Manuela.
It's the same old chestnuts for the money we or you,
Right.
yeah, gave them many moons ago, and now they've just gone for the full hog. So, yeah.
We'll address that. Thanks later in the meeting. I
Yeah.
think we're aware of that
Yeah,
one.
that's what it is.
And finally, we have Friends of Rollins Wood Charitable Trust. You don't have an agenda item here, so I assume this is for an update. I've got Andy Murdoch online and Kirsty Hampson. I've got some echoing, Andy. I'm not sure whether it's you.
Is it possibly me? It is.
You look
The
like you're
volume
sitting
down a
in
little
a
bit.
coffin.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
It's all right.
I
no
see
problem.
there's a bit of glare there as well. It's the aura behind me, perhaps.
It's a bright aura. Yeah, it's a good one. Good one for a
And,
day
and
like
no
this.
doubt, I apologise in advance. My 7-year-old daughter may appear in the aura.
In the aura. She's welcome.
How's
It's all
that, Andy?
yours for 5 minutes, Andy. Thanks for
Thank you.
coming.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Kia ora tātou, ko I tauta te moanga, ko te ano Aotearoa, nā te ano ahu, ko Miku, ko Andy toko ingoa, nā reina, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name's Andrew Murdoch and I'm originally from Te Anau, deep south, under the shadow of the mountain of Mount Luxmore. So thank you for the opportunity today. Kirsty, do you want to jump in quickly? She's not there.
Morena, yes. I'll let Andy do the talking, but I may jump in at the end. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks, Kirsty, and thank you, Madam Chair. So, look, I'm just on behalf of the Friends of the Rollins Wood Charitable Trust. For those that aren't aware of us, we're a bunch of locals that create and maintain a space in the Rollins Wood, which is which was essentially the dog park, walking park on Kirrianlet Road on the right-hand side in Kirikiri. It's approximately, or we own approximately 4 hectares down there, and we also manage or maintain on behalf of Far North District Council another 4 hectares. So it's quite a substantial piece of land. And it was gifted to the community by Roland Sanson. And there's a ton of very hard work that gone into maintaining and regenerating that large space prior to me coming on board, particularly with Kirsty and board and volunteers over the time. So I just want to introduce ourselves so you're familiar with us, because dare say, and an opportunity arises in the future, you may hear from us again. So in the last 5 years, what's the board of the community board been up to in respect to Rollins Wood? We bought the large piece of land, it was subdivided, and we sold a portion of it and recovered the development costs so we can then develop the wood further in the area. There was a shed built for our storage of equipment and what have you that was partially funded by the infrastructure board. We began the process of clearing the land, which, as you could well imagine over there, it hadn't been maintained for quite some time. So it was gorse and scrub and tobacco and mothweed and, gosh, typical Kirikiri, to be honest, or this area that is left for nature. So there's a bit of hard work has gone in for sure. Over the last little while, we've planted, 3,000 native plants, most of which have been donated. So we've been very fortunate. There's just been an enormous amount of work going into the regenerative project as well as the planting. And I think over the last 3 or 2 years, there's been about 3,000 plants. We successfully got the management of the Rollins Wood and funds transferred from Far North District Council. So that allowed us more scope to be able to get in and do what needed to be done to maintain and then further enhance that space. And that's just gone through the High Court process recently. So essentially with Kaitiaki of that space as well. We've got a substantial weed management program, which is obviously ongoing. We've developed a strategic plan, up to 2 to 3 to 5 through to 10 years. I'm very pleased to say that we're actually ticking a lot of the boxes in the short-term plan. In fact, most of them. The amount of work that's going in is absolutely incredible to regenerate that space. We've also started a memorial tree project that can be purchased and we can plant trees on behalf of the community or individuals. We've got a development of a website underway, which is ready to go live at any stage. Where are we heading over the next 6 months? We shift into maintenance over summer. Our planting's finished, as most of you will appreciate, with the weather changing. We're in clearing mode, so we've still got a lot of work to do to keep drawing back all the weed and what have you before we can start planting then in the winter season. We're looking at building picnic spaces. Really, the whole space, other than the dog park, is for the enhancement of the community, so people can go to a safe place that's easily accessible and just enjoy that area with their children, whoever, friends, family, and just absorb that. It's just such a wonderful area for those that haven't been there. And I encourage you, if you haven't, maybe borrow a neighbour's dog and take that for a walk. We're trying to build a volunteer army and empower our community for a safe ownership of the space. And we do have our volunteer base is increasing every time. It's amazing. It's incredible how people come out of the woodwork to help out. Never seen them before, but they still find the time to come in and help us. Over the next 2 years, we're building our relationships with local hapu, tamariki, through the education kaitiaki programs, and also yourselves, the community board, of course, in both Far North and regional councils. We've engaged arborists, mowers, mechanical land clearing. That obviously comes at a cost to us. And we particularly want to focus on the growing and memorial planting and the sponsorship trees as well as a portion of our fundraising ability. We're currently working with the Far North District Council planning team for consideration of zoning. I had a very interesting conversation, an encouraging conversation with that planning team recently. I think we're about the only organisation that wants to lower the zoning, which is very encouraging. We don't want to build anything, we want to take it back to the way it was. So watch that space. I think the council are very excited to hear that that's what our intention is for preservation. Now I have got, forgive me, oops, gosh, can you see that? Did that not work? I did have I had the slide here for everybody, which is available, I think, Casey, at some stage, if necessary. But we are looking for more volunteers, and we're also after a couple of additional trustees. So if you know of anybody, please reach out and get in touch. The more the merrier for us to be able to assist with our financial and operational management skills. In respect to helping you, we would love to continue to build and formalise a relationship between yourselves and obviously with you as the community board, given your delegation from the Far North District Council in respect to reserves. It'd be great to hear of any feedback and direction you have, because no doubt you have stepped into spaces like ours, so we welcome any suggestions you may have to assist us moving forward, particularly. And obviously that would then branch on to the wider community, the benefits of the wider community. Obviously too, within your own community, spreading the word. It's so encouraging to see people there with their dogs and their families. And look, I repeat myself in respect to Dog Park, because it's known as the Dog Park because there's not a lot of places that people can bring their dogs, and it is a very safe space. The dogs love it. It's great for the whānau to walk around with their animals and not, have any issues as such. And lots of exploration for the kids. There's lots of stuff going on there. So, and also as a trust, look, I just want to say thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. It's the first time I've done it, so I must admit I was a wee bit nervous, but anyhow, thank you very much for your time. I know you're all very, very busy people, and I'd love to see you in the park at some stage, and so I can introduce myself in person. Kia ora, thank you.
Thanks, Sandy, for that.
Kirsty, is there anything you want to add, mate?
No, I think you covered it beautifully, Andy. It's just more about if anyone would like to.
Sorry, I've lost you. I'm not sure if it's me or
really anybody. So thank you very much.
Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Casey, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, Belinda. Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. I didn't get that last bit of conversation. I'm sorry. It must have been the connectivity issues with the rain. Okay, so do we have any questions for Andy or Kirsty while they're here online?
That was awesome. That's all I have to say. Thank you for presenting.
Yeah.
That kōrero was awesome.
Kia ora, thank you, Manawai. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Andy. I just had one question, Andy. Sorry, Casey, if you could take that slide down, it might make it a bit easier for us to see. Thank you. Just in relation to your memorial tree project, Andy.
Yes.
Are you aware of the council policy 5105, which is art and memorials in public places?
No, I'm not, but I will be.
Just that I draw your attention to that. It's something that's cropping up more and more, particularly if you're going to be planting trees. I'm not sure whether you have intent to have plaques, but I guess only concern from the board perspective, I'm sure I speak on behalf of most of us, is that an ongoing maintenance plan on anything that is going to be planted in a reserve or public area is welcome, because we are now seeing issues with mature trees, and if you are working with the planning team and wanting to actually preserve and replant and maintain this area, it would be really great to see at some stage a presentation to the board in relation to your ongoing maintenance plan for future generations. That would be wonderful.
Absolutely. Thank you for that opportunity, because I'd love to take it.
Great.
Andy, can you stop sharing your presentation? Sorry, it's just the X up to the left of the leave button.
That's it.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Is that it?
Thanks,
Sorry.
Andy. Yeah. And no need to be nervous. We're not scary. We might be scarier in person, but it's been great. It's been a while since anyone from Rollins came to present to us, so it's really good to get updates, and please, I encourage you to come back and keep us updated on what you're doing, because we are busy people, and it's great to know the work that you're doing, and certainly the Kitty members can spread the word in relation to volunteers if you're a bit short on the ground there as well.
Many hands make light work. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And the 5105, that's going to be my next step this morning. I will familiarise myself with that.
It's not easy to find online, I felt, but if you just put in the policies, art and memorials in public places, it might be easier for you to find. It's just a 2-page document, but it has a few guidelines in there, just so that you're aware of them.
Wonderful. I appreciate you raising that. Thank you so much.
Lovely. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, everybody.
And you too, Kirsty.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Thanks. Cheerio. Bye. Right. Moving on. So that is the end of our public forum, Casey. I don't have any other speakers listed. Do you have any?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, great. So we'll move into the formal part of our meeting. Item 6.1. Confirmation of the previous minutes. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board confirm the minutes of the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board meeting held 2nd of September 2021 are a true and correct record. I will move with an amendment and a correction, sorry. Just on page 18, it was to do with the Te Puna Aroha Christmas parade money. Just the wording of that was approving the sum of $5,000. Can that be clarified as per our Christmas funding policy, which is 25,000? That would be great, but why wouldn't it? $2,500 up to $2,500 for the traffic management. It implies that we're giving $5,000 just for the Christmas parade. I do believe that there has been some successful discussions around getting joint traffic management plans for Christmas parades for the future. So that's pretty exciting. So that was on item 7.6. So I'll move that with the amendment. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Frank, thank you.
Frank, yep.
Right, so Lane, are you in favour?
Favour, yes. Aye.
Oops, I've lost it. I think it's you, Manuela.
Oh, yes.
Bruce?
Wasn't there. Absent.
Okay. Frank? Manawai and
Aye.
Dave.
Yes, I was absent as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Absent, not abstaining.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, just to confirm, absent is absent.
Bruce Mills? Were you absent?
Absent.
Absent.
And
Dave
they weren't at the
Hawkway.
meeting. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, if I could just get clarification from my team, either Dolly or Kim, is absent on the division box for the purpose of the voting, is that absent from this meeting or is that absent from the meeting? So they would abstain then for the voting, correct? Okay, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Kim. Abstain. Thank you.
She's moving. Oh.
Right, so that's carried with that correction. Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 7.1. Chairperson and members report. That the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board note the reports from Chairperson Belinda Ward and member Manuela Gamil-Hornell. Do I have the mover? Thank you, Lane. Seconder?
Yep.
Dave, thank you. I'll take mine as read. I just would like to point out to you the inclusion of the IAM's articles in my report. This is due to, this is on page 22, due to ongoing issues around encroachment. We are seeing a really large number of complaints, and I know there are RFSs being put in, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more around encroachment, particularly on our reserves, which fall under our delegation. The reason I have put these in here, and sorry, it's not the last IAM report, it's, you'll notice, from the end of July. I haven't updated that since submitting my report, but I will do to check for any new ones that have come on the list or any progress with the existing ones. The reason for my including these is because I want you to be aware that there are issues that are already underway with staff, with reports, with surveying, with litigation. And I myself have been contacted and lobbied, and I think it's really important that you're aware if people, members of the public, are going to stop you or contact you to discuss encroachment issues, that you are aware of the status of them. And if you want clarification around the specific locations, please put an RFS in through the CE office and see if there's any more updated information available for you. Just want to keep an eye on these because I feel that they're going to be really important future issues as the area is getting very I guess there's a lot of pressure on with development and the growth and people new to the area, perhaps not doing LIM reports, not surveying, not understanding fully where their properties are and the issues that arise from these. So that is why I have included those in there, because as members, you will be approached, you will be lobbied. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when. So that's why that's there for
Yes,
you.
and for me, that was just a few days ago. So it was good to see it in your report.
Oh, good. Thank you, Manawai. So yeah, anything else that you can give us in relation to that, or perhaps feed through to staff they may not be aware of. We quite often get complained to, but don't lodge RFSs on behalf of members of the public. a lot of them around levels of service on these reserves, but also encroachment. So just in relation to that, I had the only other thing in my report, I think, was the request for service I have in relation to the pedestrian issues but in front of the Paehi War Memorial Hall, leading along to where the new the EV chargers are in, the new electric vehicle chargers are in that Craig Salmon and Focus Paehi have been working on with Far North Holdings down opposite the police station in Williams Road. And the update on the health and safety issues there is that a member of the business, member of the community has contacted the Business Association, Far North Holdings and Focus, and they are getting together to discuss how they can improve that pedestrianised muddy strip in front of the telephone boxes between the Memorial Hall and the new electric vehicle chargers. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a collaborative effort, shall I say, and the complaints and the issues were very timely. So that's just an update on that. Okay, any questions in relation to that? Moving on to Manuela's report, page 24. Any questions for Manuela on her report?
Can I ask a question to you all about street lights? I know we talked about this before, you know, when they're not working because a bulb blew or something like that. And you, Belinda, you pointed out that they won't come, as in the contract, they won't come and fix it unless there are several to be done. And you asked the question if that can be changed. Has there been any progress on that? Can you remember? You know that.
Yes, not that I'm aware of until the contract is up for. I think it's a rollover contract, so whether it's up when it comes up for review, but we can make a note of that.
Because I haven't had an experience like that. Recently, I had it a few years back when I lived in Opua, and I had a really good experience the other day that they came and did it within 24 hours over in Russell. But then I've been pointed out to that shouldn't have happened like that by a councillor, because they should only come and do it when they have several to do. So I would like to have some guidance on that, or some clarification.
Okay. Definitely we need a bit more information, because a number of our streetlights that we get complaints about are actually on state highways, and they will not come until they have several to do, but we end up with pretty dark spots. So it's something that we have talked about several times over the years. And the contract used to work a lot better, of course, when it was localised with the local electrician doing them, and often the local fire brigade providing the cherry picker to access the lights through their practice evenings. So I think we could perhaps look back at a better localism model, and when those contracts are coming. So yeah, I can follow up on that for you. I noticed there are a few out around the place as well. So we did actually get, in a previous agenda a few months back, we did get an update on the contract, which had just been let. And so we need to keep an eye on instructing staff to look at that, get an update when it's coming up for a rollover.
Any more questions to my report?
Dave's got his hand up.
Oh, hey, Dave.
Yeah, so you've just raised, I guess it's raised the more general concern I had that some months ago when we had the presentation from Warren Ewer around procurement, that we were going to be advised well in advance of the pieces of procurement that were coming up, and also those that were under perhaps annual review and that. And so I guess that fits under what you're talking about at the moment. And whilst I wasn't at the last meeting, so I may not have seen that particular report. If procurement's already happened, I haven't seen anything else come to the board in documentation to forewarn us that these things are coming up and allow us input into the levels of service. And I appreciate Manuela, that you've been able to address a lot of these issues around levels of service. But as a board, we should be able to have an input into what what we're seeing, and that well in advance. So I guess that's a question to go back through, perhaps you, Madam Chair, to find out why we were informed by staff that this could happen, and in fact it hasn't happened to date. So has there been no procurement? Well, I think there has. Yeah.
I think we were on the cusp of a rollover of contracts and some new contracts being let. The timing was all wrong, but I definitely will follow up on that, Dave. Thank you. Manuela, just there are one or two things there that could perhaps be transferred if you are happy now with the obviously the footpath outside Opua School the extension has not been done yet, but we have got it on our footpath priorities list. Are you happy for that to be?
I will,
remain there?
my next report will reflect all that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm always happy to take things off that have been solved, but for me, things haven't been solved until actually done, physically done. So yeah, no, I will reflect all these things.
And there's a couple of happy things to talk about with Opua Playground.
So there's a playground being built down in the marina, but it's not open yet. It's still got the tape around it. So I'm awaiting some official
ribbon cutting ceremony,
or information to the locals that there actually is a playground, because it's not in plain sight, which is great. It's not, by the road or anything like that. But yeah, I'm sure Whanos Holdings will take care of that.
Great, thank you. That's exciting. I noted a few comments in social media with the community being excited about seeing it. The other thing is in relation to on page 25, the second paragraph down, in relation to you might have an update for us on smart bins.
Yes, well, there's funding been allocated for 3 smart bins for Russell specifically, and we've been asked where to place them. And I went to the local group that is involved with the rubbish, the Resilient Russell. They co-manage the Russell landfill. And whilst this is the smart bin is a bin that has a compactor on it, so it means it can take more rubbish. It gets compacted as it goes, and it has a Wi-Fi connection to tell the contractor when it's full and it needs to be emptied. So it obviously helps the contractor not to go and check the bins all the time and not having to empty the bins when they're not full and knowing that when they're full. So it will take similar size, will take more rubbish. Never look a gifted horse in the mouth. What the community wanted was more recycling options for the rubbish then, that's the thing. So I'm working with the community to see where we can place these bins. Obviously it needs to be somewhere where there's high rubbish disposal, which is the wharf and the boat ramp and all that, and to use the rubbish bins that have been replaced so we can put them. And what I'd like to see is that we can use the input of the local rubbish man who's contracting to Ventia or Recreational Service. I don't know which one, because he's a local person that empties the rubbish bins. He will know which rubbish bins need attention. So that's what I'm working on at the moment. And also Wi-Fi, being suggested public Wi-Fi for Russell. I'm not quite sure where I should go with that, or how to, because we haven't got a place like Pahia, like you have the library where people congregate and sit down, and so it takes probably a bit more of consultation where we should, or if we should. I can see it not being wanted too, so there's a bit of a
interesting. Yeah.
Another gifted horse.
Will that be required? That upgraded Wi-Fi, will that be required to operate the smart bins?
I don't know if that's what it is, because it says 3G. No, then obviously it doesn't. Maybe it just goes through the clouds. So
Okay, so more information to come on that, but
yes, there needs to be, but
things
that's, yeah, so
happen.
there's bins coming, not what expected, but it's better than nothing.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any more questions or anything for Manuela? Right, moving on. Oh, sorry, we need to move those. I have moved, no. Let's go back to those. We need to vote. So moved by Lane, seconded by Dave, that we receive those reports, members' reports. Can we have the vote up, please? So it's yes from me, yes from Elaine. Manuela?
Yes.
Bruce? Bruce?
Sorry, he raised his hand as a.
Oh, okay. Frank, sorry, I can't
Yes.
see that. Manuai? And Dave?
Yes.
Aye.
Thank you. Right, moving on, item 7.2. So this is to do with Eastern Wood tree removals requests. There's three requests here from council that have come to us with recommendations. I will read the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board recommend the Infrastructure Committee approve unbudgeted OPEX expenditure of 60,000 plus just for the removal of the Leyland cypress hedge located on the eastern boundary of the Kirikiri Sports Complex and is replaced by appropriate fencing as agreed with the associated private property owners. B, we will take these individually if you like, but I will put them. B, approve the unbudgeted OPEX expenditure of 27,000 plus GST for the removal of the eucalyptus trees along the boundary line walkway behind 121 and lot 13 Waitotoro Drive. And C, approve the unbudgeted OPEX expenditure of $10,000 plus just for maintenance to the eucalyptus trees along the ferry pools track and reserve, posing potential immediate risk. Do I have a mover? Manuela, thank you. Seconder? Seconding that, Lane, thank you.
Yep.
Now, discussion. So here, David Clendon. Feel free to kick it off. So I have David and then Lane.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to make a sort of general observation. I think there needs to be a conversation about tree management generally. I just note on page 29, just above the summary, it notes in reference to these trees, I think the Ferry Paul's trees. I'm sorry, that's my phone. It says an assessment completed by an arborist last year highlighted the need to complete maintenance as soon as possible. Now it's now October, middle of October, so we can assume that that report is about a year old that indicates work needs to be done as soon as possible. The redwood trees near Kirikiri Village, equally, there was an assessment done there just over a year ago, and the work recommended by the arborist has not been done. I recall Member Hookway some time ago getting somewhat frustrated incidents of public safety being endangered by issues around trees within Kirikiri CBD. Council is often seen as excessively risk averse, and perhaps we are sometimes, but when it comes to trees, there seems to be, I think, a very relaxed approach. I don't understand when an arborist says there's a safety issue that should be attended to as soon as possible, and a year later it's still being debated. So, as I say, it's perhaps not something we need to debate immediately, but I do think there has to be a conversation and perhaps a reality check. There have been risks, as well as the concerns about public safety. There's a legal risk. I think it's Queensland Lakes District was recently convicted for having failed in their duty of care around management of trees. Significant damage was done to a building by a tree on public land falling. So I think we have to get a bit real. And as I say, I'm not quite sure where the conversation should sit, but I imagine the community board and, I don't know, district facilities or whoever really needs to get serious about this. So yeah, that's just my general comment.
Thanks, David. And this board has actually discussed where the budget is in relation to tree maintenance. And I'm sure we have requested funds in the past for tree maintenance within our ward. I'm not quite sure what's happened to that request, which I can follow up on. Councillor Smith did suggest that we again request that council establish a tree maintenance budget in the annual plan. It should have probably been in the long-term plan as it's an ongoing issue, but definitely we can bring it up in the annual plan, and we can add that as a D if we approve the recommendation. I've now got Lane.
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. I admit to a sort of a misunderstanding of how this is phrased. I was unaware that we were responsible for OPEC expenditure, and therefore we're being asked to approve a budget for tree removal. We don't have a budget for tree removal, do we? OPEC?
No, and that raises probably the main question that is on all of our minds, in the sense that this would have to come out of our existing parks and reserves, which are already under strain. As more developments come online and we inherit more reserves, there's going to be more levels of service required and ongoing maintenance. So I'll be happy to hear from some staff if we have some online once we've finished with our questions. But if this is going to affect our existing levels of service, then we do have I see Helen's just popped something in the chat. We do have a problem in the sense that our budget is probably inadequate now. We're constantly complaining and getting complaints about our levels of service. And if this means that our budget's going to be stripped of close to $100,000, 97,000 is a substantial amount of money to carry out the works on these three. So in these three instances. And
Chairman, just to finish my comment, is this would go back to what I suggested at the beginning of the meeting. There seems to be this movement of expenses to the community board. I mean, I'm quite happy for somebody to take out the tree. I'm not an arborist, and I have all sorts of other great expertise, but not in trees. So if the arborist says they should be removed, by all means remove the trees. But I'm just really nervous about when we're starting to be asked to recommend budget expenditure for a budget over which we have no control whatsoever. Anyway, that's me. I'm finished. Thank you.
Point taken. Thanks, Lane. The money's got to come from somewhere. Dave Hookway, I've got you next, Dave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, several issues here. Thanks to Councillor Clendon for raising the issues, and of course my concern at the time was a health and safety issue first and foremost, and a pressing one at that. And the concerns were over the failure of the administration to respond in a timely manner to those very urgent matters regarding the palm fronds and their falling on members of the public. Lane, councillor, member. Lane, you're raising the points around our delegation. So I'm just looking at that point on page 27, which is really just that we are supposed to be deliberating on the future of trees and things, as opposed necessarily to budgeting concerns. However, it's a bit unusual because we've had a lot of activity around trees that we've had no input on at all. And you only need to look at Waipapa Road, which I think earlier in the year had a number of work on gum trees there felled, and yet there's a number of gum trees that are also still hanging over the road, and we have the palm trees at the top of Blue Marlin Drive there as well, which I know there was talk about maybe council taking over maintenance of those. And I also noted in the end of our agenda today on page 120, in capturing our work moving forward, there was the work on the Moreton Bay, Fig and Russell around the annual costs for maintaining that and mulching it and what have you as well. I thought this one took me a bit. Well, I was a little bit surprised with this because in buying that bit of land, there should have been some due diligence done on the costs associated with the development as a whole, and part of that PGF funding to provide the actual sports hub facilities and what have you. should have outlined these sort of costs as a risk at the beginning of that process. And so I guess I'm in a similar position where I'm not I'm of one mind to be able to approve work that might be done on trees and their importance of these trees or not, but I'm on a different mind around the financial implications of that in terms of, as Madam Chair you've raised, on the levels of service, and what we're seeing is probably a squeezing. This is a significant amount of money which would go a long way towards maintaining those levels of service, which I really think are pretty stretched in the district. I'm wondering whether we might consider, if we left this to lie on the table, if that was the sentiment of the rest of the members.
Yes, I'm happy for you to foreshadow that. I feel though, with the safety issues surrounding some of these, that they probably need to be dealt with. I think our concern is around the that recommending making these 3 recommendations may also approve payment from the reserve and Parks and Reserves budget. So that could be a stipulation that we support it, but that the payment does not come out of the Eastern Ward Tree Removal Fund, which doesn't, I believe, exist, which is what it has been called in the past. So I think what it's done is highlight to us that where is the money coming from if there is no special fund. So till we've finished hearing from everybody else, we'll hold that thought, shall we, Dave? Thanks. Manuela, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo the concerns that my fellow members said before. It's interesting for me. What sprung out straight away is there's the special trees we're in charge of, like the Morton fig and plenty of putu kavas everywhere around. And then we get this report where we have to approve something where we usually only get to recommend. So we get to approve of something that we're not even in charge of, and I'm concerned about that. So just wanted to voice that as well. Just weird for me.
Thanks, Manuela. Bruce, you're muted. Yep.
Okay.
No.
No.
Got you. Yep, got you. Thank you.
Yes, my expert next door. Yeah. Well, okay. First of all, the sports complex. Those trees aren't a safety issue. It's a cosmetic thing. The trees are stuffed. They've got the canker and they are dying, but they're not posing any danger. I had a look at them a couple of days ago, and I'm querying where the boundary fence is on there. The trees look to me as though they're on the neighbour's boundary. So are they contributing to the expense of the removal and the new fence going up? You know, I mean, the neighbours have, well, they do. They've got, yes, provide 50-50 for the any boundary fencing done. So has that been put in place? It's a substantial amount. And you'll notice those trees going down to the ferry pools. I think you'll remember, Belinda, we looked at that some years ago. And I think from memory, the board actually voted not to take some of those trees down, which I was against. I thought they should have been removed. They are dangerous. They were then, they are dangerous now, and they should have been removed before they did all this building, the church and the, what is it, the barbecue building down below it.
Crematorium.
Yes, that's right, a crematorium, sorry, not barbecue. But I do query that who's paying for it and where do the lot. Yeah.
Where the money's coming from. Yeah. Thanks, Bruce. Yes, some of these have popped up again with time. They have been issues in the past and they're still issues. So I leave it to the experts as to whether they are health and safety issues. I don't think that's my call, but it is a concern. I'm assuming that boundaries have been checked. And even if things are overhanging boundaries, I mean, people can trim back and do whatever on their side of it. Casey, you've got your hand up to talk with us. Please.
Apologies, just letting you know the report writer is in the room.
Great.
If members through you,
Yep.
the chair.
That's good. Yep, we shall hear from them. The other issues surrounding these. So we've got the financial issue and a surety, as we want to know where the money's coming from, and we don't want it to come out of our parks and reserves budget in the Eastern Ward. The other issue that I think we need to talk about moving forward, because it's going to be an ongoing problem with removal of trees, is we do have obviously in some of these instances there is no replanting program, so there is council's carbon footprint to consider with the climate change aspects and carbon credits, and then discussions with regard what is done with the trees. We get quotes, or council gets quotes in to have these removed, hedges and trees, but we actually could be using that localism hat and perhaps providing firewood. There's nothing in the report to say where the timber is going to go to and whether it's of any value for carving. And secondly, we strongly supported the men's shed, and the men's shed in Waipapa, Kapiro Road, is it? We have also assisted in funding applications for them to work with groups in the community to give the likes of, the gym club with the changing thing. There's quite a few projects they've had on the go within the community. So my feeling there is, I'm sure from a board perspective, are we thinking of the big picture stuff? Could the men's shed, are they invited to look at it to see whether it's of any use to them? I don't know what the cost is, but when we hear from the report writer, we'll get some details on that. But I think if we're going to be removing trees and we're looking at the stands of redwoods at the Kirikiri Retirement Village, we have to look and think ahead to what is the purpose and use of those trees if we're removing. Lane, you've got your hand up again. Oh, Bruce, it's for Bruce? No? You're muted.
It's me. Sorry, I keep forgetting to do that button. I apologise for having two bites of the apple. I realise I've had my say. But however, there is a possibility here if we took out, for instance, in A, we approve the removal of the trees. If we take out everything unbudgeted OPEX expenditure and 4 in all 3 cases, we just approve the removal of the trees. And then we're not into the budgetary issues, unapproved or approved.
Thanks, Lane. It will probably automatically come out of our reserves budget if it's on reserve land. But if everybody's finished commenting, would anybody like to have anything final to say before we turn over to staff? Great. Thanks. Thanks, Casey. Who have we got on board to talk to this, answer some of our concerns?
So we have Rob Stewart that is available. He's the report writer.
Yep.
And from what I understand, Nina has also suggested that Helen Ronaldson is in the room and may be able to help answer some questions. I think some of what Helen has dropped in the chat as far as a way forward may have answered some of that, but it doesn't answer the immediate question about these trees. Rob, are you available to take your mic off and make yourself available?
Yeah, sure. Morning, all.
Thank you. Hi, Rob.
Thanks for your time on this. So, yeah, a couple of points. The budget is coming out of our parks and reserves at the moment. There was discussion in the around a separate budget in the long-term plan, which wasn't approved. So we don't have a specific fund, unfortunately. We do need one. Could be something that I'd like to say in the long term. With the point that was raised about fairy pools and the arborist report that was approximately a year old. One of the
Sorry,
issues
Rob, we're not hearing you clearly. Is there anyone else having issues?
Yeah, Rob, do you have a headset? Sorry, through you, Belinda, the chair. Rob, do you have a headset by any chance?
Yeah, I've got it on.
Fantastic.
Oh,
Much
that's
better
better.
now. Thank you.
Yeah, it's my signal's not great, unfortunately. So the fairy pools aspect that was raised and the arborist report there being approximately a year old, I think one of the issues we've had in that specific space is there has been a lot of illegal camping, and so we've had to be very careful how we operate inside that space with the people that have been in there. Now that that area is actually emptied out, it gives us the room to be actually able to complete a lot of the work that is required, and so that has impeded some of our work there. The Kerry Sports Field and that line, there's the work was completed by council for the trimming and the tidy up of the hedge, and so that the boundaries that are on site are indicative only. There is the need to actually define the boundaries properly with survey reports, but because of the fact that council instigated the trimming of that tree line and it resulted in the demise of those trees, there's the underlying expectation that we are now responsible for going forward.
So Rob, just I think some clarification might be required around this. I mean, we're talking $15,000 to remove the hedge, but it's a $45,000 fence. So removing the hedge and replacing it with a fence are two completely different things. If a survey hasn't been done, you're not able to answer the questions from board members as to the boundary line of the hedge. We don't actually know whether the hedge is on our land or private property. Is that correct?
I haven't seen a survey of the area, and I'm not sure if one was completed prior to the original works on the hedge. So no, I can't answer that at this stage as to whether the fence is on the boundary or not.
Okay, so where is the money going to come from for the surveying?
That would come out of our Parks and Reserves budget.
As well?
Yes, it would have to.
Okay. And we don't, have you had an estimate for the survey?
It's around $1,000.
Okay. Now, if this is not going to affect our Parks and Reserves budget, where is the money coming from if you're not taking it out of there and reducing the level of service, Rob?
That's a good question, which at the moment we don't have a specific fund that it can come out of. The request for the unbudgeted expense.
So, yeah, because I don't recall this being discussed fully in the LTP, and I did sit through, I think, all of the workshops. How would we get a substantial budget into the annual plan and get that passed if we don't have it in the LTP?
I unfortunately can't answer that question. Maybe Helen has something to add to that. But I do know that we are building a case study of the tree works. We've separated out specific project codes relating to the tree management so that we can get better understanding of the financial requirements that need to as a specific fund for.
Right. So in the meantime, A, B, and C, are any of these huge health and safety issues and have to be done now?
Ferry poles definitely, and the ones behind Waitotara Drive. There's
Sorry, I'm losing you,
track
Rob.
plus the property.
So B and
the Waitotara Drive.
B and C
Yeah, so
are
B,
really important.
B and C. They would be the highest priority.
Okay. Okay, Lane, you've got a question for Rob?
That would be Bruce, Madam Chairman, but here he goes.
Oh, yes, Bruce. Hi.
Yes, Rob, I don't agree that the trimming of those trees has had an effect on the hedging at all. They've got the canker, and it's historically quite renowned around here. It's those variety are, yes, right, outside Lane's window, you can see it here too. Yeah, I don't believe that the trimming has, it's opened it up, put it that way, and you can see that the damage to the trees is they're dying. And so, as I said, I go back to my original comments about who's liable for them. They're not, it's not a safety issue, you've just basically admitted that then. And so I can't see what the urgency at all, if any. And it's still a hedge. So if we don't know where the money's coming from, I can't see why we should be proceeding it at all.
Yeah, so Bruce, you're referring to the Leyland cypress hedge, and
Right.
yeah, okay. So Rob did say that that wasn't a matter of urgency. B and C are a matter of urgency.
I'm just saying about the liabilities, basically. If the owners are, the neighbours are putting it back onto the council because they had council trim those trees, I don't think that's a fair comment. And I think that they're probably just as liable for 50% of the removal anyway. I'm sure once that gets put in front of them, they'll be backing off pretty quickly.
Thanks for those comments, Bruce. Rob, the other thing in relation to the eucalyptus trees and ferry pools, that bordering property has been sold, and there was a notation in the report about realigning the tracks within the foreseeable future. Are we removing the trees in order for the track to be removed or relocated?
So at the moment, no. It's around the dealing with the current health and safety requirements of the track as it exists at the moment, because there's the understanding that the new owners are developing that property sooner rather than later, which will be the removal of the majority of those gum trees on private property.
Yes, which was my concern, I think, in relation to why would you do maintenance on them without discussing with the bordering property owner if they're going to be removed, and you're going to be doing a land swap or realignment of the track for the development of that property.
Because I think, as was pointed out, it's the arborist report is already a year old, so we've already delayed the inevitable and the aligning of the new track can't realistically take place until the tree removal that is through the development is completed, and we don't know how long that's going to be, and so we're trying to mitigate our health and safety requirements sooner rather than later on the current position of the track.
Sure. Okay, thanks for that. And I guess my last question before I throw it back to the members is on page 28 of the report, it talks about the pricing is weather dependent and does not include the removal of the chip material from the site or the reinstatement of the turf and the fields should any damage occur. One would assume that there would need to be considerable tidying up if you're going to take the full length of that hedge out. It's quite a considerable. If you look at the photo above on the same page, it's a I don't know what the distance is. It's huge. Oh yeah, it's 250 meters. 200.
Yeah, it's approximately 250 meters long. Yeah, that's correct. And so it's basically a disclaimer put in there by the contractor that the chip can actually be utilised on site for the sports field waste disposal system. So there's the the likelihood that we will just move it around on site to where we actually need it, which is up the back at where the effluent disposal fields are. And then the damage to the turf is basically just, is their disclaimer saying if it's completed during the winter, then it could destroy the turf to a degree that is, it takes considerable funds to bring it back to an operative level. But the plan is to do it in better weather, which is not going to impact to degree.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Rob. Now, I think just before we go back to perhaps the recommendation, Helen, did you want to speak to this?
I was going to, there's a couple of points that have been raised that I was thinking I would speak to, but they've pretty much been covered off. Just a reminder that this is a recommendation to go to the Infrastructure Committee, and it is for unbudgeted expenditure. So the expenditure is not going to come from any fund that exists now. In line, in terms of the comments you were making before, Madam Chair, about the annual plan process, so there was an extensive workshop held yesterday with the district facilities team to ensure that all the OPEX that we need to include was covered off, and tree removal was a big part of that, because as I mentioned in the chat, it has become quite a topical element for IAM just recently, because vegetation management in all sorts of forms has become more and more of an issue across the district, and we have a follow-up workshop on Monday to close out that district facilities OPEX requirement. So trees is a big part of that, to make sure that we're covering all the monies that we think we will need to spend in that area next year.
So Helen, did I just hear you right that this isn't coming out of the existing Parks and Reserves budget?
Correct. So the feasibility that Rob talked about will come out of that. That money, that $1,000, that will come out of there. But no, the other money is not coming out of any currently allocated funds.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Helen. That does have a bit of a bearing on it. Okay, so Dave, your hand is up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to that last point, Helen, so whilst that's around the current year's allocation for Parks and Reserves, might that through the annual plan process come out of next year's Parks and Reserves budget?
That would have to, so I'm not quite sure how they allocate the various amounts of money. We will just make sure that there is enough money in there for any tree work or vegetation work that we need to do.
Thank you. So it's still, so at a point of clarity, it still might impinge on the levels of service that are currently budgeted in the LTP for that that year.
It could, yes, but what we'll be trying to do is increase the value that we have in there for the FY23 year through the annual plan process.
Thank you. So just the issues that I wanted to raise. Madam Chair, you talked earlier on about what was happening with the wood and what have you. So there's already been the front of the property, all of the trees removed. So if I could ask who was the staff that were addressing us before, as to what happened to the wood and the chip from those trees?
Rob Stewart, are you still there, Rob?
Yeah, I am. I'm sorry, what was the question? I didn't catch.
So there's already been a large amount of work done along the State Highway 10 border with the trees being removed, and that. So I noticed there was both timber and chip there. What happened to that material?
I have no idea. That was outside of my area of responsibility, because it's to do with the roading, not Parks and Reserves. So I'm not sure. In regards to these ones that are in this report, there's the opportunity that should I'm certainly open to the opportunity, should the men's group or whoever it might be interested in the wood can have a look at it. The Waitotara Drive area wouldn't be suitable for actually getting anything out of there, but there's very limited access to these sites. and so the ability to actually remove the wood can be a problem. And then with fairy pools, a number of the ones that we're actually looking at are dead, so it's not actually viable wood to use.
Thank you for that, Rob. Helen, you've got your hand up to respond to Dave, is it?
Yes, I have. The answer to that question for the trees that were cleared along State Highway 10 is that they have been earmarked for charities. David Clamp is running with that piece of work, so I'm not exactly sure which charities he's working with for that, but we can certainly find that out if you need to know that. But it is intended that all that wood goes to charities.
So I noticed that the timber has left the site. So are you saying that it's been taken away and stored somewhere pending reallocation?
It could have already been moved to the charities. There was some that was going to be stored for a period of time. I do remember that. But yeah, we would have to clarify. But the intention was that all the wood would go to charities in the district that wanted it.
I was given the conversations that we'd had with the Kirikiri Domain committee over the storage or costs associated with the removal of the skate park, then we'd have to look at, have similar concerns, even though none of us are represented on the current Waipapa Sports Complex project, to know what's happened with that. So again, I sort of foreshadow that there's a lot of parts of information here that we haven't got, and I feel uncomfortable about moving forward on that until we have got a few more answers.
I can confirm that all the costs for the removal, the storage, and making sure that there is no issues to the land impact where the Bay of Islands Sports Hub is due to go in, are being met by the PGF project.
Okay, so that part was included, but the other part wasn't foreseen.
Other part being, sorry?
Well, the other part, what's before us in terms of what's around the sports complex here.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Right, so we've had enough discussion on this, and thank you for that, Helen. That has clarified a few issues around the funding aspect of it, even though the lines are very blurred. We seem to be having a lot of blurred lines these days, blurred definitions. I feel if we are going to move anything with this recommendation, that we should be adding a D that council establish a tree maintenance budget in the annual plan as a proviso. I'm in your hands. I am happy to put this to the vote.
I'm just wary that I'm thinking Lane has foreshadowed that he was supporting my vote. Was that right? My move to let it lie on the table?
Yes.
You're
Yes,
moving that?
I am. Yeah, I'd like to move that. If Lane's going to second it, then I'll put that forward.
Can you give Casey some wording, please?
Yeah, sure. I'd just like to recommend that we leave that to lie on the table pending further information, and because there's a number of grey areas around these additional costs, both in terms of the rehabilitation of the reinstatement of the turf and fields and things, which could be extremely pricey. So I'd like to see a full cost analysis of what we're proposing. I have to put my hand up. I'm sorry I haven't gone and walked over the site, and I thank Bruce for doing that. But I'm prepared to take his word that if he's, his judgment, and until we've got, accurate boundaries and things, that I wouldn't want to move in recommending any other financial expenditure.
Can I just ask a question, Rob? Was the reason the site hasn't been surveyed on the Kiddie Sports Complex one, the hedge site, is that because of the fact that the hedge is in situ and you wanted to remove it and then survey?
Essentially, yes. The hedge work was done prior to starting with council, and so there's been no clarity that I've been able to ascertain as to the actual boundaries, and so being able to actually get in there and physically do a survey is impeded by the existing hedge as well.
Yes, yeah, I thought the case. No, I do, sorry, Dave, thank you, Rob, interrupting your amendment. Sorry, your amendment to the motion. I have Manuela's hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly ask a question. Belinda, you said maybe we should ask for a budget for the tree
maintenance budget in the annual plan.
I'm sure we asked for that
we
already.
Did.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
just not sure where it's fallen though. So
yeah,
you know,
so it's a reminder.
Yes, we'll add it as a reminder at the end of the meeting. Thank you. Right, any more discussion, because Dave has a amendment here that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board leave the Eastern Ward tree removals request report to lie on the table pending further information related to costing.
So really, it's the unknown costing or the unknowns that are alluded to in the report.
Also the boundaries, I think.
Yeah, and
can you see the wording, Dave, on your screen?
Yeah, I can. So
on the table pending further information related to unknown costings, plural, and boundaries.
The confirmation of boundaries or what have you. I mean, I'd quite support that we do need to do that work to know where the boundaries are. But normally in a process, I consider that work should have been done first before we'd move to this next stage.
You happy with the wording there?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's fairly vague, but it also does relate to the vagueness of the report in those other areas.
Thank you, Dave. I've got Frank, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the amendment, does that relate to all three, A, B and C?
Yes.
Or was our concern only mainly around the sports facilities? Because
no,
the other two, I think...
It relates to all... Sorry, as I understand it, correct me, Dave, if I'm wrong on what you're saying, but it relates to all three. B and C are more a matter of health and safety urgency, but we have considerable concerns around A.
Yes, no, what my point is, I understand the issues around A, but the two that are health and safety issues, we're actually putting those on hold as well. And I just wonder if that's what we mean to do. Yes.
I don't think we're the arbiter of whether things proceed or not. We're, I guess, in that respect of having a responsibility for the health and safety. I think it was, although they are certainly concerns that we've raised in the past, as Councillor Glendon raised at the beginning of this discussion. But I think, Madam Chairman, you've also raised the issues of the bit of land, the ferry pools land, and the other tree removal that's going to go on there. And so I'm still. It is doubt in my mind as to the expediency of having to undertake that work quickly, given that we've already had the expediency for a number of issues over the last 12 months and the work hasn't happened.
Yes, what I would then want to be sure that we are not exposing ourselves to not dealing with a risk that is significant. And I'd like Rob's assurance that placing this on the table for a month or whatever is not going to give rise to an undue health and safety issue.
Thanks, Frank. Point taken, and it may well do in relation to the eucalyptus trees in particular. The other site, the other two are vacant sites, as I believe. Is that correct? Or is it by a walking track, Rob?
So both of the other two sites are beside or along walking tracks. So there is the potential for ongoing health and safety risks with both of those sites, and the boundaries have been confirmed at ferry pools. We've got a survey map on, but we would have to remove a lot more trees to actually move the track to the new location, and so we're trying to reduce our current risk with the alignment of the track as it is, and with the wide Tautara drive, where because it's along the track and there are properties boundaring on against that track that could be affected by those trees, then it's trying to remove that risk as well if should one of those trees drop.
Thanks for clarification of that, Rob. And Frank, you're quite right. B and C are different in the sense that they do pose a current health and safety risk, and there is a liability associated there. I'm happy to take this in 3 parts. A first, Dave, if you would like to. Do you want to move and you've moved in full your amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, well, I'm happy to move that if we seem to share a general concern about Part A, that we leave that part to lie on the table and address the other 2 parts B and C separately.
Lane, you're the seconder. Are you happy to do that?
I'm quite happy to go with my colleague's recommendation.
Right, sorry, Casey, we're mucking you around a little bit here. So we are putting the amendment is in relation to A. Move Dave Hukwe-Kopa, seconded Lane Ear. So we'll put that separately. I shall read it that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board leave Eastern Ward tree removals request report to lie on the table pending further information relating to unknown costings and confirmation of boundaries. I'm going to put that to the vote.
Oh, sorry, Belinda. So we will just change this to A only rather than the entire.
This is just A.
So just do this.
So this is an amendment to A.
Can I just confirm with that query, a query against that amendment, the unknown costs that we want to actually try and quantify are the potential damage and remediation to the turf and the boundaries. Are they the unknown?
And the surveying. So what you said, Rob, was that in relation to the contractor's public liability or the costing on council's behalf? Sorry, it's just a little bit murky.
So the contractor hasn't included that because there hasn't been the certainty that it would when the work would be completed. So there's should the work be completed during the winter months, then damage to the existing grounds would have the potential to be reasonably significant. During the summer months, the likelihood of damage is a lot more limited, and so the remediation cost would be nowhere near as much. And so to try and quantify an amount, we would have to then work on worst case scenario of it being done in winter, and then the costs would sound outrageous, whereas the work is realistically going to be undertaken during the better weather, the summer months. So any remediation is
just about 6 months. Yes.
Bit of a difficult ask, Dave.
Yeah.
I have one further. You're happy to leave that amendment in as and put it to the vote, knowing what it's going to entail. It could come in 2 parts. It could come in with a wet weather scenario and a dry weather scenario.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean that's possible.
Madam Chair, note the contingencies and risk is that COVID is a far bigger risk at the moment than the weather is, and the fact that we're facing, and I'm waiting here on my emails to see whether our latest cases are positive. In fact, that if we move into a level 3, that work may not be able to proceed on these sort of projects anyway. So risk mitigation is a very difficult thing here. I just have one question further, because I'm in Googling and looking at the satellite view. I just want to query that the walking track access, because you're talking about the danger to people from trees and what have you. But this walking track, I'm having problems understanding who might be using the walking track. Is it a theoretical walking track, or is it a practical walking track that people are using currently?
Which one are we talking about?
Are you Waitotra, or are you on Ferry Pools? Which track?
Waitotra. Well, that's what we're talking about for this amendment. So that's what I'm querying.
Okay, no, that's an existing track. So there's an entrance off Waitotra Drive, or a couple of entrances off Waitotra Drive onto the track. But it's actually the walking track that links from Waipapa through Rainbow Falls and then down to Stone Store. So it's an existing track that's highly used.
Highly used? Okay.
Yeah, indeed. There's a lot of there is a lot of traffic on that, foot traffic on that track.
Right, so to move this on, Frank, did you want to add to Dave's amendment?
Just briefly, we're talking about additional costing, and Rob is pointing out it would depend whether it's summer or winter when the work was done. These trees aren't an immediate safety risk, so why can't the work be deferred until summer, when we've got a reasonable expectation that there won't be the damage to the ground?
So yes, it could be held off. There's no problem with that. I think that there probably needs to be a bit of clarification around the potential health and safety risk of the trees, that they are dead, and so the longer they're left, the more likelihood is that they will fall either way, or be that onto the field or onto the neighbouring properties and affecting them. So I think to say that there's no health and safety risk against that.
Yeah, I do get Frank's point though, Rob. I mean, we're looking at a ground that is predominantly winter code sports, isn't it? Yeah. So they would be doing the job in summer. I mean, if you used common sense, you would do it in summer when the grounds are not in use anyway. So I think we need to move on.
Yeah.
Dave, we've got A. Casey, did you want to comment on this?
Just a quick one, Madam Chair, is that this has to go through Infrastructure Committee and also through Council. We're at this stage, we're not going to be able to we'll hit the next Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board meeting in November, then go to the Infrastructure Committee meeting on the 24th of November to barely squeeze into the Council meeting in December. So I'm just giving you that bit of a timeline of how this process will be working. So it's not like it's not going to be happening very. No.
So B and C are important, but A could be put on hold because we still have a bit of summer left from December till April. Is that your thinking? Okay, Dave, I'm in your hands, Dave. If you're happy to move A.
I have moved Lane, so yep.
You've moved, Lane seconded, so I'm going to put A to the vote. I'm a yes. Lane?
Yes, I seconded the motion.
Manuela?
Yes.
Bruce?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Manawai?
Yes.
And Dave?
Yes.
Right, so that's carried. So now we will move on to B and C. So A becomes a substantive motion.
Yes.
Do we have to vote again on that, do we, Casey?
And it is here. If we just want to have mover and a seconder for the substantive?
Yep.
Yep.
I'll move that. Seconder, Manuela.
I'll second.
Right, put that to the vote. I'm a yes.
Madam Chair, I had to have my hand raised to foreshadow that Lane had raised the potential of removing the wording around the expenditure of the money, and then so I'd rather have foreshadowed that we had an amendment to remove the wording around approve the unbudgeted OPEX expenditure and just approve the removal of the trees, which is actually under our delegation.
We're still on A.
Oh, sorry, I thought
we're just about to vote on your substantive motion, Dave. Okay.
Sorry.
So I've moved. Lane second. You there, Lane?
Sorry, that was yourself and
Manuela.
Yeah. So
I'm asking Lane to vote on the substantive motion that Dave put to let that one lie. Lane?
Yes.
Manuela?
Yes.
Bruce?
Yes.
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 Manawai?
Yes.
And Dave?
Yes.
Now we move on to B and C. So I have already put B and C. Manuela moved, Lane seconded to get them on the table initially. Are we moving those as health and safety issues as is, or do we have an amendment? I'll take them together.
Can I foreshadow that just to amend as I signalled to remove the wording around the unbudgeted OPEX expenditure and the amount so that we're just approving the removal of the trees as per our delegation?
I'd like to second that.
Yes, okay. Oh, we're an interesting lot today, aren't we?
Always.
Have you got that, Casey? To remove the wording, approve the unbudgeted OPEX expenditure of 27,000 plus GST, and in C to remove the same wording, approve the unbudgeted OPEX expenditure of $10,000 plus GST. And we are just going to now move or read out the wording. B is the removal of the eucalyptus trees along the boundary line walkway behind 121 and lot 13 Waitotara Drive, and C, cross that out, maintenance to the eucalyptus trees along the ferry pools track and reserve posing potential immediate risk.
Yes.
Yes from me.
Yes from
Lane?
me. Yes.
Yes.
And Wella?
Affirmative.
Bruce?
Yes.
Yes.
Frank?
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Manuwai? And Dave?
Kapai.
So that's carried, and that now becomes the amendment becomes a substantive motion, and we'll vote on that.
So we'll just have a mover and a seconder for the substantive, please.
I'll move it. Manuela.
I'll second it. Lane.
You and the vote.
Yes.
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 Manuela. Bruce?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Yes.
Manuwai? Dave?
Aye.
So that's carried. I'd just like to thank staff for joining us today and giving us further clarification on the report. These are often difficult items for us to deal with. We're not all tree huggers and savers, but we're definitely focusing on our budgets as well as council are, and our money's precious to us, and our levels of service and what we're delivering within the communities is really important. So hence our pushback and reservations in relation to fully supporting this recommendation. But thank you, Rob, in particular, and Helen, for your input. Right, we're moving on.
Thank you.
Item 7.3. Oh, more trees.
Had it with trees, Madam Chairman.
Okay.
Belinda, sorry, through you, Belinda, just quickly before we put this one on the table, I just wanted to introduce a new staff member, Tanya Steen, who is the report writer for this report. She's just turned the camera on there. She is actually locked down in Auckland, unable to travel up north. Entire Far North District Council Korea. Unfortunately, she's been unable to fulfill the dream of living up in the beautiful winterless north. So she has been absolutely incredible in pumping out a lot of wonderful work, wonderful mahi from Tamaki Makoto, and we're really pleased to have her here. So I just wanted to just formally kind of introduce you folks to her before we get started on this one. Thank you.
Welcome from us all, Tanya. I've seen you hovering there on the screen. You can't back out now, okay? So you've just listened to a tree report, but it's all good. We'll be kind to you. Right, thank you for that introduction, Casey. So we have a recommendation. I'll put this that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approve the removal of several flame coral trees located in the Russell Top 10 Holiday Park at the cost of the leasee holder, subject to the following conditions. Works are carried out by a professional arborist company. That works are to be completed with minimal impact to the surrounding area, and replacement trees are to be native and low maintenance. I shall move. Do I have a seconder?
Yes. I'll second.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Frank? Thank you, Frank. Discussion. Manuela, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. Another one from Russell. I only got one question, so for me to understand why this is coming to us as a community board. I know it's a reserve for a park, but it's been leased to an operation to run a campground for many years, and I've never seen anything coming across our table for other works they've been doing in there.
Thanks, Manuela. I think it's the way in which reserves is worded in our delegations, but I'll leave that for you, Tanya, to answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and it's nice to meet you all, even if it is from afar. Good question. So I am new, and I have taken over the role from the last property officer, and it was brought to my attention. So within the lease, the leasee cannot do any improvements on the land without written prior approval. So it was I went to district facilities, and I was told that in order to get, because it is sitting on reserve land and or on council land, that we do need to seek prior approval, and it does sit within the delegation of the community board. So it is a commercial lease. However, it's only commercial for the fact that it is a commercial operation that runs the holiday park, still sits on obviously reserve land, and we still need to maintain that land and obviously seek approval before we can remove any trees.
Thanks, Tanya.
So, can I just ask another, or just follow up on this, please? So when you say improvements have to be approved, what is an improvement?
Thank you, through the chair. The improvements, so for Russell, the holiday park, they have a ground lease with us. Yeah. So they must uphold the maintenance of the grounds. However, they cannot choose to take any trees away without prior approval. The improvements could also, if they decided to add another building or another dwelling for the holiday park, they couldn't do that without prior approval either. So it's because they own the buildings, but they lease the land.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah. And I think probably adding to that, Tanya, too, the specimens, from a health and safety perspective, they're a terrible tree, aren't they, full of thorns, and we know they're very porous, but they don't also, the specimens that they show in the pictures there on page 34 of the report actually don't offer any shade to the campers, which is, I think, another issue. Dave, you got a question for Tanya?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just looking at that photo myself. I guess my concern is, and I totally support the removal of the trees. I planted them on my property here, and they're nasty buggers. But as an amenity value, replacing them with pittosporums, I don't see that, you know, like we should be thinking, you know, if we're thinking whānau 2100 in 80 years' time, some lovely big pahutakawas or something might be a lot more appropriate in terms of providing shade and amenity value than pittosporums. So I'm concerned maybe that maybe we want to give a little bit more direction with the type of trees that are replaced. Native is nice, but you know, as I say, looking, if you just put a pittosporum there, there'll just be bushes. That's really all there'll be. There won't be trees, and so I think for reserve, and thinking maybe in the future that this won't be a commercial venture and will return back to public usage as a general reserve, that we'd like to see something like that planted. I would anyway. So interested in what others think.
Yes, Tanya. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in answer to that, a good question. So it's my understanding the new owner of the holiday camp would like the idea of to be able to create hedges to be able to produce some privacy for the holiday makers. Their lease is in place. Well, they have a final expiry of 2048. He's also looking at terms of maintenance and being able to keep the grounds obviously well maintained. And I did discuss about larger trees, and he said there is a concern with things, obviously with these particular trees, they're falling on campsites and bits and pieces. So I mean, I can understand that if you gave a direction of what trees they should be using, I'm sure that he would take that on board.
Dave, you want to respond?
But if there's a potential to add that into part 3 and give some direction to the type of trees, because, you know, again, I'm thinking about the equitable use of the park and not particularly the amenity value just for the campers in that short term, or we'd be revisiting this in the future. So, you know, our whole kaupapa around planting now for future generations, I think, is important to consider.
Do you have a species to recommend?
Pahutakawa.
David Clendon thinks Titoki would be good.
Thanks,
I'm
David.
happy to move a selection of trees of, you know, like titoki or you know, but certainly not a hedge and certainly not pittosporums.
I'm in your hands for the wording of 3 under the recommendation. Replacement trees are to be native, low maintenance, and
the community board expresses its preference for pahutakawa and or titoki if David wants to. I'm not as familiar with titoki, sorry.
Thanks for that suggestion, David.
I want to know what the animosity towards pittosporum is.
So as the original mover and seconder, would you like to?
So I moved. I'm happy to amend that. Frank, are you happy to amend that by adding that the community board expresses its preference for pahutakawa or titoki trees?
Yes, I'm happy with that.
It's not binding.
Lane, you're not on mute, sorry. We'll just go to the vote. Belinda, if you're happy.
Thank you. Yes. My yes. Lane.
Yes.
Manuela.
Yes. Yes.
Bruce.
Yes.
Frank.
Yes.
Manuwai.
Yes.
And Dave.
Yes.
Carried. Thank you. Now I'm going to suggest either a 10-minute break or a lunch break and come back, but I don't think we have a lot. I'm going to be very presumptuous and assume that it won't take us long to get through the additional agenda items. Are you all happy to have a 10-minute break and come back to finish off?
Yes.
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 Okay, great.
Yes.
So we'll break for 10 minutes. I'll see, what are we, 12:08? I'll see you back, give you 12 minutes. We'll be back at 12:15 to finish off. Okay?
Madam, no, that doesn't work. Madam Chairman, I think your maths is out a little, isn't it?
I gave you an extra 2 minutes. Do you want to use them up now?
Madam Chairman, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Do you want 10 minutes? Sorry.
20 past.
20 past. Thank you. Who have we got there? We've got somebody waiting to come in. No?
Yes.
Right.
Sorry. So the meeting has adjourned now for a 10-minute break. Just letting you know that the Miles has joined us.
That's me.
To listen in on the discussion on the funding application. Is that correct, Miles?
Yes. Yes.
For the
Okay.
I was asked to speak for a few minutes, but it doesn't matter.
We're just having a recess and we'll be back at 20 past 12. So you're welcome to join us then.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all. I'll see you at 20 past.
Okay. So Miles, I just wanted to advise that you have missed the public forum portion of the meeting.
Right, welcome back. We're up to item 7.4 on page 37, which is Whangaroa proposal, the Russell Waterfront Wharf. The recommendation is that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approve the installation of the Whangaroa entranceway gateway at the entrance to Russell Wharf, and note the proposed future installation of a second Whangaroa entranceway gateway at Te Maiki. Do I have a mover?
Yes,
thank you. I have Manuela and Frank second, was it? No, Lane.
Yep. Oh.
Frank, sorry. Frank second. Right, Chris has already presented to us on this. Any discussion around it? I'll put it to the vote.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Lane?
Yes.
Yes.
Manuela? Yes.
Yes.
Bruce? Frank?
Aye.
Yes.
Manuela and Dave?
Yes.
Carried. Next item is Russell 7.5. Russell again. Good old Russell. Really going places at the moment. We have the new Reserve Act lease to the Russell Tennis Club Incorporated. Of the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Club, acting under delegation and pursuant to Section 61 Reserves Act 1977, recommend to Council that a new ground lease be issued to the Russell Tennis Club Incorporated over part of the local purpose community activities reserve for approximately 1,500 square metres, being part of allotment 2A, Section 6, Town of Russell, held in record of title NA 61/226, vested in the Far North District Council as a local purpose reserved by Section 26A Reserves Act 1977. The terms of the proposed lease shall be term 33 years, maximum allowed for under the Reserves Act 1977. The rental $110 per annum, Far North District Council fees and charges, Schedule 2021-22 community leases. And thirdly, with further conditions negotiated and agreed upon by the General Manager of Infrastructure and Asset Management and the Russell Tennis Club Incorporated. Do I have a mover?
Yeah, thank you.
Manuela, seconder.
Yes.
Uncle
Bruce. Any discussion around this?
Yeah,
Manuela?
I just wanted to endorse this from my corner because it's a very active club. Caters to many people, and you think, oh, tennis court is always going to be empty. That's not the case in Russell. There's always somebody there playing, and involves all ages and different corners of the community, and they have a very active club, and they're fundraising everywhere and involving people and helping other groups to fundraise too. So I'm full favour of this.
Right, thank you. Lane.
I was going to ask a question, but my esteemed colleague has answered it, so I will withdraw.
Any other discussion?
I knew that was coming. I knew it was coming, Lane, so I wanted to beat you.
That's not fair.
No, obviously this is the part of the heart of the community of Russell, so I'm going to put this to the vote. Yes. Lane?
Aye.
Manuela?
Yes.
Bruce?
Yay.
Frank?
Yes.
Manuai?
Aye.
And Dave?
Yes.
Carried. Now we have item 7.6. Page 50. Right, Right, this is a permit to occupy Plantation Reserve, Te Waipu Road, Pomari Bay. And the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board recommend that council consents to the temporary occupation by Mr. G.B. Holroyd of approximately 1,000 square metres of plantation reserve, being Point Te Waipu block adjoining 104 Te Waipu Road, subject to the following conditions: maintenance of the access way to be the responsibility of Mr. Holroyd. Secondly, Mr. Holroyd accepts all liability for the use of the access way. Thirdly, the consent is to Mr. G.B. Holroyd for the life of the currently formed metal access way. And fourthly, the consent does not sit with land and will not automatically transfer to future landowners. Do I have a mover?
Yes, you do.
Thank you, Manuela. Seconder?
Yes, I second it.
Bruce, thank you. You've picked up on a spelling mistake.
Yeah, just the first
Yeah.
time it had the
That's
Y
why I
and
was
the O flipped.
Yeah. My pronunciation there was like, I thought it was Holroyd. Okay, so there's an error there. And
So this should be Holy Rod? No.
No, Holroyd. Like he was, next time it's
below.
right. And when you go down the number,
H-O-L.
yeah,
R-O-Y-D, is that right?
yeah, like that.
It is. I don't know. I don't know.
Thank you.
I'll go with it.
Oh, yeah.
One of those messy little things that happened.
Questions? Discussion?
Yeah, Belinda, I've popped my hand up there.
Yes. Oh, sorry. It's not
That's fine.
showing, David. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just intrigued by item 3, the consent for the life of the currently formed metal access way. How does one determine life in a metal access way? At what point does it die? I mean, I'm being facetious, but ought it not to be for the period of this person's tenure of the land? Because seriously, how do you determine that an access way is alive or dead? I wouldn't be sort of drawn into determining that. It seems a very peculiar condition.
No one's disagreeing with you, David.
The man has a point.
So
Do
through
we
your
have,
chair, we
do
do
we
have,
have the report
Yes.
writer here?
yes,
Thank
that's
you.
how it's-
Kay,
Hello, Madam Chair.
hi.
So I'm Kay Meekings. I'm relatively new to council as well. And this is my second community board meeting I've been to, first time on Teams. Yes, I understand what you're saying about, and apologies for the spelling mistake as well, that was not good. I understand what you're saying about the life of the metal access way. So the intention was that if Mr. Holroyd was to come to council and go, I'd like to see this tar sealed, or I want to put 2 concrete strips along here, that isn't what we're what we're not thinking of. We're thinking that it stays as a metal driveway that provides access without being too obtrusive and too constructed, I guess is a good word. So yes, we wouldn't be allowing him to upgrade. If he needed it to be upgraded, then that's a whole new issue. You know, we need to look at it again. He's asking for the historic access to be continued. He's not looking to put in a great big concrete driveway and then go, oh, now I want to subdivide or something like that. So we want to keep it to the metal driveway, current width, not allowing it to encroach any further. And then also the critical point is that if he moved on, then this permit does not go with the land.
Thank you for that, Kay. So 2 things come out of that. The permit doesn't go with the land, so then what happens to the new landowner? And secondly, you commented that if he were to subdivide, so he cannot subdivide, is what you're saying? Is that a condition?
If he was to subdivide, that would go through the RMA Act. No, it's not a condition of the permit that he can't subdivide. He would have to find alternative access. I mean, at this point, council wouldn't. Well, I'm presuming council would not be giving him access for the intentions of subdivision, like to then, divide his property into 5 pieces, and now we've got 5 people wanting to share that access way. That's not the intention. So, yeah.
So this is to formalise an encroachment.
Yes, it's a formalised encroachment, a historic encroachment. So the original landowner, Mr. Dyson, there's an attachment to the report showing the council's agreement to him accessing through the plantation reserve. And then following Mr. Dyson was another landowner who continued to do the same, and then Mr. Holroyd's parents who purchased the property, evidently on the understanding that the access way continued. And then Mr. Holroyd Senior has passed away, and now it has come down into the family. And the family has been advised that, this has not really been formally recognised through the passing down of landowners, and that perhaps he should attend to that. So that's why he's put his application in.
Questions?
Yeah, Belinda, if I could respond, perhaps it would make more sense if that was spelled out more clearly. So to say that it is for the term of this person's tenure of the land, and that the access way may be maintained but not upgraded, or words to that effect. Because I seriously question whether in a year or 5 years' time people will really understand what that business about the life of the access way actually means. That would be my suggestion anyway.
Basically, aren't we saying that we don't want it changing from its current state, so that we're leasing it to him, or the access way is given over it in its current state?
Manuela.
Yes, thank you, Belinda. I got quite a bit of knowledge how the land is laying in that plantation reserve, and how the existing gravel driveway is used. And then you look at the on the plan how it's a Y, where the Y forks, that's from where Mr. Holroyd's land starts, and up to there another property is sharing the driveway, which is reserve obviously. And I forwarded you the email that the questions I had to this report, and I'm still not clear about the 300 meters of the actual reserve that's going to be is in use already now for access. Is that from the road, Te Wahapu Road, to where the Y forks, or is it from the fork to the beach?
Good question.
May I answer that, Madam Chair?
Yes, certainly.
Right, so I did send Manuela a little snip attached to one of the emails, and with a yellow line drawn where I measured the 300 metres. So the 300 metres goes from Te Wahapu Road up to that Y intersection.
And then what happens after that?
He goes straight into his property. Mr. Holroyd is now on his property.
Right, but the reserve keeps on being gravelled, and it's used to go further down. And that's have you? Can I just ask you, Kate, did you visit the site?
No, I have not visited the site. No. Okay, so that's new to me. So does that? So this morning I had a phone call from Mr. Holroyd, saying that somebody had been asking questions about him, and he mentioned that the property next door, so on my map, the property, what we're calling Lot 1 in our emails, Lot 1, that they run a B&B down, and they've got accommodation down on the corner there at the Y. And he said that lots of vehicles come and park down there. So I don't know whether that's associated with them or whether it's associated with Mr. Holroyd. So you're saying there's metal from the Y heading off to the left? Is it what you said, the left?
No, straight down. No, straight down.
Oh, off to the right, towards where I've written the word plantation reserve on my locality plan. Okay, no, I was not aware of that at all.
Okay, I strongly recommend that somebody should visit it, the whole reserve, and have a look around. The one to the left is not developed. It's I also would like to question your 40 plus years with no issues. I know there's been questions from other people to use the reserve to access to their land by council, to council, I mean, and it's never been formalized, but people have asked to formalize their access, and it just hasn't gone anywhere. I don't know why or what.
Madam Councillor, are you saying that this particular plantation reserve has had other people wanting to use it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not aware of that. No.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was a bit taken back, that you mentioning 40 plus years with no issues, but there seems clearly to be things that have been asked of councils but haven't been solved because staff left, and all the normal things that happen. So there is more to it.
Okay, appreciate that. My answer to that would be, actually, I think it was an answer in one of the questions you had, that council would only give access over a reserve if there were no alternatives.
Yeah.
So in Mr. Holroyd's situation, he's got the water access or he's got plantation reserve access. So those other situations may have been turned down or not progressed correctly because those people have access off legal road or through easements from legal road.
Yeah, okay. I don't know these things. I'm just aware there's been questions and it has never become to a conclusion what to do or not to do. And so there has been issues over the last 40 years. And I really think it's not quite as clear as it should be unless you actually seen it, because yeah, it is a reserve. It's gravelled to the Y and it's gravelled further down. I don't know. I really would like to have more details on this report for all the. I mean, you gave me a lot of answers. Thank you very much. But I'm still not happy that it's quite there for to make a proper decision for us.
Through the chair, madam, I would like to say that in looking at that locality plan that I've got there, if you go north along Te Wahapu Road and head up towards Major Bridge Road, there's another Y situation up there of plantation reserve.
Yes.
And there's a property out there with, it looks like 2 little blue buildings on it. That's property there has an easement along the plantation reserve out to Te Wahapu Road. And that was granted in the days before council had delegations from the Department of Conservation. So that went through the Department of Conservation first, and then they were granted an easement through there. But I note that when there were subdivisions down on either side of that, they were not allowed to access through that plantation reserve. So I have one example for that one there where they actually have a registered easement along that plantation reserve. For what we're looking at down here, we're talking about a permit, because once an easement is granted, it goes with the land, and I'm not sure we want to commit council to that. That's why we're thinking of a permit that would only go with Mr. Holroyd in his occupation.
Yeah, because then the next thing is that the power cable to Mr. Holroyd's lot is buried in the reserve.
Yes.
So that's an encroachment by itself too.
Yes, that could be addressed through, we can have subsoil licenses. So there is subsoil
But
licenses.
there is another issue in the last 40 years with that's been put in and not consented.
The pipeline you were talking, the cable?
Yeah, the cable.
Yes.
The cable that's
yes, but yes. Well, yeah, we're not sure. Nobody is sure when that. I did speak to Mr. Holroyd about that, and he thought that the nearest he could suggest, because he said it's always had power as far as he knows, the nearest he could suggest was at the time of the building permit. It was part of that application.
There is actually, it's documented, so.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
So in the building permit, are you saying?
I don't know where, but it's documented by council. I mean, yeah.
So sorry, I felt
okay,
I did a very good, I sort of used all the keywords and objective to try and get all the information I could. So are you saying perhaps I need to go to Mr. Holroyd for documentation of this?
The neighbours?
The neighbours. I wanted to keep the neighbours out of this because we're talking about the neighbours at Lot 1.
Yes.
Yes. It's a pity Rob Stewart isn't here any longer. So there is an issue with district facilities and an encroachment onto the right of way. Yes, a significant encroachment, evidently. And
I strongly recommend you talk to all the parties because otherwise you get the one-sided view.
Yeah, neighbours.
Yeah, as it happens, and I'm the sandwich, the meat and the sandwich.
Don't want to be that.
So are you, and that's why I'm saying this report.
Okay.
I don't think we can make a decision on this as it is at the moment.
So there's tensions between neighbours. Are we suggesting?
Oh, I don't want to comment on that.
Okay, right.
You can get that at the moment.
Beware, because I was a little surprised in desperation this morning when I was trying not to figure out what could be happening here. I did go onto Google Maps Street View, and I was surprised to see that at the entrance that there was a B&B sign for down that driveway, and I'm thinking, plantation reserve cannot be used for a B&B. And I know that I did alert district facilities. Evidently, there's an encroachment with rubbish and stuff out on the reserve. And Rob Stewart did go and visit, but I've never heard what came of that. So I should follow up with Rob. I'll put that on the list.
Is Rob? Yeah, it's a shame Rob's not still online.
No. That's right.
Thanks, Manuela. You've raised some good points there, and I did have a couple of queries along similar lines, and one was in relation to Lot 1 from Te Waihapu Road through to the base of the Y. Is that their supply as well to Lot 1, and do they have access and do they have a permit?
Lot 1 has access of Te Waihapu Road further up at approximately 112 Te Waihapu Road. So they go through, they have easements through the properties to get to their property. Have we got an aerial photograph here? I don't know that we have.
And across the plantation?
No, they have no legal access through the plantation.
So they don't use the power in the
plantation? They do.
Reserve?
They evidently, so Mr. Holroyd said that they have tapped into the cable that goes to his property. He said that his family.
I don't think they would have just tapped into power.
Well, no, sorry. They went through Top Energy. Top Energy have allowed them to use the cable that the Holroyd family, I guess, paid to have laid down there. Yes.
So Top Energy might have some records worth looking at, perhaps.
Yes, Top Energy. Yep. Okay.
Rob Stewart is back on the call, Madam Chair, just in case you wanted to include him into the discussion.
Kay, would you like to ask the questions of him?
Okay.
Hi, Rob, you're back in the seat, hot seat.
Yeah, g'day, how are you?
Hello, Rob. It's Kay speaking from the legalisation team. We're dealing with Te Waihapu Road and the Plantation Reserve that you visited at some point after Mr. Holroyd made a claim of encroachment onto the Plantation Reserve. Do you remember that? Late last year, November-ish, I think.
Yeah, is this down to Pomedy Bay?
Yes, that's it.
Right. Okay.
Yes. I just wondered, at the time there were allegations that there was rubbish and caravan, some things that were, and they were using it as their main access, and it is, they had structures or something coming out onto the plantation reserve. I just wondered what had happened with that.
So nothing has progressed further in there, as far as I'm aware. It's all still there. There was some caravans. There was some other structures, like might have been some boat sheds, and I think there was a driveway and things like that had been concrete driveway that had been poured on to extended onto the reserve. Now, nothing that I'm aware of has been done to around the removal of those or anything. I was wanting to catch up with some of the compliance guys to just confirm how they wanted to look at it as well.
Okay, that's okay. So they've never been served anything to remove any of those?
No, not at this stage.
No, okay.
Not at this stage.
Yeah.
So, Rob, while I've got you on the line there, I have actually noted in my report on page 22 a number of encroachment issues that are currently in our area, and this is just a few, tip of the iceberg, and one of them is Te Waihapu Russell, areas of encroachment being investigated. How many areas do you know off the top of your head are being investigated for encroachment issues in this area?
And Te Waihapu, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm aware of this one. There's another potential one that goes off down to Pomare Bay from Major Bridge Drive. So there's that one there that I know of, plus this one from 104 Te Waihapu Road. And you've actually got that one noted, the Major Bridge Drive one by the look of it. That's the two that come to mind in that area that I'm aware of.
So from the board perspective, we have a number of issues on that whole peninsula, and they are going to grow.
Yes.
It just concerns me that we're dealing in something in isolation here, and it's a case-by-case band-aid, when in actual fact we have a lot of historic issues and a lot of encroachment issues. And it's fair to say COVID's highlighted lots of our lovely walkways and reserves, which fall under our delegation, and there appears to be no budget, which is back to our earlier discussions today surrounding trees and things actually, budget to deal with the surveying. We have a surveying issue on the other side of the peninsula and marking of a walkway, access way. I guess from a board perspective, should we be looking at the big picture of these things instead of these reports in isolation where local board members can actually bring more information to the table, perhaps then staff can source and look at the whole big picture? You're talking costly reparation to reclaim what is actually public space and land.
Yeah, you are, and we were talking about this yesterday in another meeting. It is a huge piece of work. I mean, even if we just focused on the Eastern Ward, it's probably the biggest problems in the whole Eastern Ward, and we've got huge amount of reserves that follow coastline and rivers and things like that are unmanaged at the moment, and so we're just not even aware of what's there. So it would to look at it across the board would be it would be a huge project to even ascertain across the board what we had as an issue, and so that's why it really has been looked at as a case by case, because we just can only manage, well, essentially do what comes across our table. We're not actively going out to search for them as they
So if you were to take, just as an example, Rob, if you were to take the Te Waipu Peninsula there, instead of looking at a case by case, because we do have a number of reserve issues out there and boundary issues and access issues, and most of them are all around water, as you can imagine, and access to the water. If we took that area and did a case study on the whole thing, and gave you our reserves and says, right, we want access to all our reserves, this is it. Surely that would be helpful. You don't have the resources to do bits here and there, but if we were to look at the overall big picture and really clarify that and sign, you know, so that people know where the access is. This is the other issue we come up against, is we grant people access and then they gate it off or sign it themselves and put security cameras up and do all sorts of things to deter the public from entry. So, you know, whether, I don't know that we're ready to deal with this item with the amount of information that's in the report and what we know. It's been in the pipeline for 40 years, so a little bit longer wouldn't hurt it, is my thinking, and try and get some sort of budget and clarification around these special areas. I'm not sure where it's at with Greg and the district plan as to what sort of zoning's over this, but surely it's a pretty special piece of land.
Yeah, I do agree. If it was looked at in areas like that, if we had a significant area like Te Waipu that we know of where there's a bunch of problems, if it was looked at in a big picture view, would definitely be helpful. And then if it was then presented to us with proposals or requirements, then that would definitely help. I think one of the issues you touched on is resourcing. From our perspective in the district facility, as well as the monitoring team, the resourcing just isn't there to be able to look at it.
No, we realise that, Rob, but what I'm saying to you is it should be. It needs to be. Yes. There needs to be a line item, and this perhaps could be your little case study where you start, and we don't want to put neighbours at war against each other, but this is what's going to happen, and you're going to end up with a snowball effect of encroachment upon encroachment, and neighbours and the public then getting drawn into something. So I'm just looking for a bit of a solution here. Manuela, it's your backyard, and it's a tricky one, this, because it's not all as it seems to be. And I guess from a reserve perspective, it would be really lovely to know that you could go along there and wander down there and take your kids for a picnic or do whatever you do down there, and have access perhaps to the water. How do we guarantee that for future generations, Rob?
I guess it's just around probably there needs to be probably communication out to the wider public of where the accesses are, where the reserves are, to be able to utilise them properly. But yes, we're probably beyond my scope of being able to offer a solution at the moment. But yeah, it's certainly something that we are aware of as a problem and needs to be looked at. General.
Right. Any further questions? What we've got, Rob and Kay there?
Yeah, I've got my hand up, Madam Chairman.
Can't see it, Lane, but the floor's yours.
Sorry.
It's not showing. It's all right.
No. Oh, okay. I'll lower it anyway. I just wonder if there's an opportunity here. I mean, I'm not for being draconian, but we've had 3 or 4 instances very close to where I am, where people have actively gone out and built or encroached on reserve, and then we've, as a council, have had to go in and then remove the boundaries, and there's discussion. And I'm actually thinking that maybe that the cost of any enforcement of this should be billed to the ratepayer. If you encroach on land, you've got an obligation to know where your boundaries are. If you encroach, then any monies accrued by the council in taking that back or moving the concrete driveway or realigning whatever it is should be borne by the ratepayer.
Thanks,
There's
Lane. And
definitely
Helen's
the ability
put a comment.
to do that.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, Karen. There is definitely the ability within council to do that, from my understanding.
There's an ability, but I don't think there's a willingness. No. We had a chap here just down the road from me cut down a whole bunch of native bush. Everybody knew who did it. But we went through a process. No, it was too difficult. We wouldn't charge him. And I just think it's so easy when someone has a property that the council can send a bill. And the point is that once you send a bill and it's not paid, it becomes a lien over a property. So we've got great ability to actually get payment for these things. I know it sounds draconian, but I've just seen so much of it recently where people have encroached on the reserves or have taken liberties with reserves by cutting down, as I say, native bush. People have complained, nothing happens, the inspector comes out, and we should have got, and I remember writing an RFS on this and saying that the person should be at least charged for the replanting of the native bush on the now naked site. And that wasn't even done. And so.
Thanks, Lane.
Thanks, Madam Chairman.
Helen has put a comment in the chat, and you might just sort of speak to that, Helen, because I think that this is where Lane's coming from, I think, the ability for fees and charges to be implemented.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, I agree. So two parts, I think, for the next long-term plan process is that if we want it to be ratepayer funded, then the activities and the costs will need to be included in that long-term plan. And if we do want to consider fees for encroachment, etc., that also will need to go through that whole process. So we'll need to include finance, we'll need to include district services and various other groups within council, just to make sure that everybody is clear on what we would charge for and how we would enforce it.
That would be a great positive move forward. It would be a start, wouldn't it, Helen, to be able to enforce that. Dave, you've got your hand out.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've had it up for the last 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah, I can't see it. Yeah. Casey, could you please remove the map from the screen? It's
there's no map on the screen, sorry.
Yeah, I don't have a map either. Yeah.
Okay, I have the site plan on my screen.
Did it just move as I'm doing this?
No. Casey, can you, it's got your name on it, Casey.
So
okay, sorry, Dave, I interrupted you. Your hand's not showing, but speak, please.
That's right, Madam Chair. I just want to tautoko what everybody's now talked about, that I didn't feel that there was sufficient information, and there's a number of fish hooks with other issues, both the ones that you've mentioned, and I understand ones that have come up over places like Riverview Drive, with other plantation reserves and that, and the provision or accessibility of power and what have you. So I would like to support letting this lie on the table to have a more full report come back. I too had looked at the Google Maps, so thank you, Kay, and was also noting that there was the Airbnb or the B&B there and what have you. So that Manuela sort of raised a little bit of local knowledge, which is good. Thank you. Sort of having a trip over and having a look down it, but it seems that things are quite different on the maps that have been provided with the report, particularly the page 53, and what we can see from a visual Google terrain view as well. So yeah, I'd support just again putting this aside and question that it's not of great urgency to us, but our decision moving forward might impinge on further decisions and create precedents. That was all. Thank you.
Can I please just make one suggestion for further reports, bus maps, that the report writers maybe could use Far North maps, I don't know if that's possible or not, but I use that as a reference very often, and they're accurate and they belong to council, and Google sometimes is not always your friend. So that's just my 2 cents worth.
Can I respond to that? My mapping that I've used is all from Far North Maps. It's from what we use online. Yeah. The one that's on page 58 is not a Far North Map one. Oh, yes, it is. It's my phone. No, it's not. The one on 58 is our base map. It's definitely our same aerial photograph, but it looks like the surveyor that Mr. Holroyd employed has put it on our mapping, on the same aerial photograph, because it all comes from LINS. So the surveyor will have used the same LINS mapping as we do. Yeah.
Madam Chair, just so you're aware, Nina has also joined the meeting if you wanted to. You may have covered everything you needed, but Nina has been able to join us as a staff member in that space.
Thanks for that, Casey, and hi, Nina. No, I think we've reached a point where we're looking at the big picture stuff, and are aware that there is additional historical information, both correspondence and stories surrounding this particular application. So I think on that note, Dave, you've moved an amendment that this lie on the table.
Thank you.
Do we have a... Sorry, Dave. Do I have a seconder?
Yes,
I'll
please.
second. Well,
Or
Manuela.
you, whatever.
So I have Dave and Manuela. The Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board leave permit to occupy Plantation Reserve Te Waipu, Pamari Bay to lie on the table. Do you want to put why?
Yeah, it seems that we need. Yeah, I think we need further information, but perhaps a more recent site visit to identify all issues.
Until a site visit and additional information are reported back to the board.
Yep, that's fine.
Or back to the board in the form of a report. Not terribly helpful for UK in moving forward. But
I was just thinking that. I was just thinking now, what
yeah.
exactly am I going to put into this report?
You just tell him it's been 40 years.
Oh, yes.
And to breathe.
Yes, he's happy about that. In the bigger picture, I'm just thinking the fact is that land is landlocked. No matter what we decide on the plantation reserve, at some point he's going to have to be able to cross the plantation reserve. And in some ways, I feel like we're getting two things mixed up here: in an encroachment by somebody who has illegal access elsewhere, and an application from someone who's got no other option but then to use the plantation reserve.
Yeah, we are aware that it's landlocked, but I think perhaps the conditions of the permit is what we're looking at. I know it is a case by case, but I think, where there are other options for other properties, they would need to be addressed as well. And I think anything bordering this area should be looked at. And if that includes looking at neighbours' files and properties and encroachments, we should be addressing all of that at the same time.
Okay. Sorry, Madam Chair, just to clarify, I guess the points that Councillor Clendon raised, as well as how messy the actual motion was in terms of the life of the metal accessway. If obviously someone's going to be responsible for it, they could keep it alive for a couple of hundred years. Also, in terms of the occupation or consent, it may not be just for the occupation of Mr. Holroyd, because he may well occupy it but change the title or sell it to a private company or something, but still be occupying it. So legally, I think we had to have better wording around that. So perhaps, Kay, if we're able to tidy up some of the wording of the motion coming back to Community Board, that might be helpful as well.
Yes, so if he was to transfer the land legally, then...
Or
or yeah, well, that's right, have to subdivide. We can't by subdivision, he's transferring land, yeah. So that was what I was intending. If he was no longer the landowner, and that's how our license to occupies work as well. They're issued to the current landowner, and when the land changes hands, then the new landowner has to make a fresh application. And that was what my intention was here, is that if Mr. Holroyd was to sell up at some point, then the new landowner would have to make a fresh application for access.
See, I don't understand how. I mean, muted, I'm sorry. Just be careful.
Sorry, team. It looks like Belinda is frozen at the moment. And she will be joining us.
First. Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Belinda's frozen. Oh, Frank's vice chair. He's got to take over. Frank's going to have to take over.
Can I be pedantic for a moment, please? Just looking at the wording of that it lies on the table until a site visit and additional information are reported back to the board in the form of a report. How else would it be reported back to the board?
So it could be email or there's other forms of communication.
Then, do we?
Sorry, Frank?
Do we mean a written report? It was just the wording had me slightly confused. I couldn't see how you could report it back other than in the form of a report. And I thought, were we trying to say written? It's not a big deal, but it just left me scratching my head.
Is our chair back online?
Not yet, unfortunately. So we will need Frank.
She has put a comment in the comment of the meeting.
Oh.
Frank, I wouldn't be in your shoes for.
Right.
Pressure.
Yeah, we've not voted. We have this resolution. We've voted on it, I think.
Apologies, everything froze on me.
Yeah.
You're off the hook, Frank.
We had an amendment, sorry, Frank. Moved by Dave, seconded by Manuela. I don't know what happened. I think the rain.
So the amendment has now become the substantive motion. Yeah. And we can get a mover and seconder on the substantive and vote on
that. Do we have a seconder?
Yep.
Dave Hookway. Okay, so thank you. Yes.
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 Bruce. Frank.
Yes.
Why?
Aye.
Dave.
Yes.
Thank you. That's carried. So we move on to item 7.7. Statement of Community Board Fund Account is at 31st of July. Recommendation, I will move that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receives the report entitled Statement of Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Fund Account as at 31st of July 2021. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Manawai, was it you?
Yep.
Any discussion around that? You'll see it's a little bit behind. No, I'll put that to the vote. Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Yes.
Thank you. Carried. Item 7.8. Statement of Community Board Fund Account is at 31st of August 21. I'll move that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receive the report entitled Statement of the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board Fund Account as at 31st of August 2021. Do I have a seconder?
Aye.
Bruce.
Thank you, Bruce. Any discussion or questions? We have Catherine there, I think, in the background.
I am
No,
here, yes.
I'll put it to the vote if there's no questions. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, from me.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That's carried. Now move to item 7.9, the funding applications. Going to put these separately. So the first one, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board leaves the application from Divine Community Oasis for $50,000 for the creation of a car park to lie on the table pending further information. Do I have a mover?
Yes.
Manuela? Seconded Frank? Any discussion around this?
Madam Chair, just wanted to alert you that the applicant is just joining the call as well.
Yes, that's fine. No discussion around this?
Well, Madam Chairman, may I ask a question? If it lies on the table, then it comes back. In what other form is it going to come back, possibly?
Which is a good question. I think if we look at page 66 and the additional information in our page, additional information pages, page 1 gives you the big picture, which raises the question from the board perspective, do we want to at this point deal with the $8,000, which historically it's getting quite, what, about 3 years old now. I did have the original resolution here. The intent of the original fund for $8,000 was actually to do the job, to metal the road reserve area for car parking. This hasn't happened, and if you read through the additional information, it implies, and the reports and correspondence in relation that the applicant has had with Aram, implies that the $8,000 was seed funding toward a job that is $58,000, and that it's actually a little confusing because it states that it's 50, but 50 is minus the 8. Now, that was never seed funding to do road sealing. So this may be the appropriate time that you're querying, Lane, to actually rescind that original resolution and return those funds to the board account. It also is well past a year. It's probably 2 into 3 years. I'm sorry, I just can't. Casey, you did send me that resolution. here we go. So our original resolution is actually dated 2019, so it's out of time anyway. Usually the funds should be uplifted within 12 months, which hasn't happened. The resolution was in previous board times, and it was that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board allocate 8,000 from the placemaking fund of 2018 to 2019 for the development of the car park outside the Russell Baptist Church in Wellington Street, Russell, as identified in the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board strategic plan, which was at the time. So I can put it to the vote, Lane, if you want to propose that we rescind the resolution, allocating that placemaking fund be returned to the Community Board placemaking account, bearing in mind that anybody can reapply at any stage for that to those funds with the board.
Absolutely, but I think that this is just gets to be that incremental change. We gave the 8,000 for a specific purpose. If it can't be done, that's fine. But so I would so move, Madam Chairman, however you want to word it.
That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board rescind the resolution 2019/50, /50, for the allocation of the placemaking fund 2018 to 2019 for the Russell Baptist Church and the fund's $8,000 to be returned to the Community Board placemaking account. So at this point, I have Lane moving that. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Was that you, Bruce?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further discussion around that? Okay, so I'll put that. I'll put that to the vote. We have two set.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Miles. We've had our public forum session, but you're welcome to sit in and listen. So we're dealing with two separate issues here.
Yeah, through you, the chair. So we did have a mover and a seconder for the original, which we need to vote on, which was to leave that application to lie, and then the next would be
two separate. Okay, so we have that
first one. I'll just put it up on the screen for you. So firstly, we need to deal with the application lying on the table, because that was what was moved and seconded. So we'll put
Manuela moved that and Frank seconded that.
Yeah.
That lay on the table. And the question was around from Lane whether or not that will come back to the board. Yes, it will if we let it lie on the table, more than likely. Did you want to elaborate on the recommendation, Frank, that it be referred to Roding?
From my mind, Belinda, there were so many issues that I was going to have real trouble with this, and it seemed to me that lying on the table till we got a lot more information would be helpful, and that was the motive behind my seconding that.
Thank you. Any further comments before I put this recommendation? Okay, I'll put that to the vote. So I'm a yes.
Aye. Yes.
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 Aye.
Aye.
So now we have a motion on the table.
Moved Lane, seconded Bruce.
Yeah, and we'll put that to the vote.
It's yes.
Yes for me.
I'm abstaining because I wasn't part of that decision initially.
Okay. Aye.
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 So that's carried. So next application we have that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of 2,397 plus GST if applicable, be paid from the board's community fund account to Ngāti Rahari Māori Committee for cost towards Te Tii carols in the park to meet the following community outcomes: communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable, and proud, vibrant communities. I'll move that. Do I have a seconder? Dave, is that you?
On the table.
Yep.
Any discussion around?
Yeah, I have got my hand up, Madam Chair.
I thought your hand up was to second that. Sorry, Dave, did you not want to second that?
Yeah, no, I did, and I wanted to speak to it too.
Okay,
actually.
sure.
Yeah.
Yes, certainly.
No, I fully support the intention of what we've previously committed around the Christmas parades and things. I just wanted to ask a question that in the past we have sought to improve the health outcomes of the events that we're sponsoring. So we've made provision for fresh drinking water, perhaps to be alcohol free and what have you. And I just noticed, I noted in their report and the discussion around the provision of lollies and things like that. And we're going to have more of these requests coming up as Christmas, as Christmas approaches. And I just wondered how my fellow colleagues thought around our being able to tag that if there's going to be something like lollies that they were sugar free, or that we'd encourage fresh drinking water and fruit or something to be available at these events. Recognising that I don't want to be the killjoy and that Bruce as Santa will obviously want to give away something, but we're always around raising the bar with obesity as being a pressing issue for our young people. So I know this is only one event, but then we're talking about other events throughout the year as well. So in terms of a well-being approach, where do we fit? That's my question.
It's something we're definitely always thinking about in our areas, and while we didn't want to be the person that doesn't give Santa anything to give,
the killjoy,
we've done it in layers. So we've like this year we got asked to have cotton candy and a whole lot of other things, but we said we're only giving a certain amount of sweets out. We're not going to go into those spaces. We're basically pouring sugar down our tamaraki's throat or down our whānau, but we are limiting it, and we are providing fresh drinking water in the space, and keeping it really simple as well, because the more you buy, of course, the higher the cost. So we've Kawakawa in particular, but I know Moira was really conscious of this as well, is limiting each year. We're limiting the amount of sugar that goes into these kaupapa, and always providing fresh drinking water as well.
Thanks, Manawai, and good point. And I have attended this event, and they do have a mix of healthy and I guess not so healthy, because it is Christmas and no one wants to be a total killjoy. And it is run by the same committee that support the children in the Weet-Bix Triathlon, and they're very aware and very well educated as to what they offer. And being around on the marae grounds too, they are. If you look in the report from last year, they did have bottled water as well. So I hear your point, Dave. It's whether we tag that with conditions. It is an event. I think we do. Catherine, do we put out healthy guidelines with it?
It's certainly something we're working on with Phil Grimshaw and his team, looking at putting those up on our website, along with things like accessibility options. Other than conditions that you have put in for that applicants must provide free, fresh drinking water and healthy kai options, we've kind of left it at that. We haven't imposed anything. It's something that we're looking at developing more guidance and information about. And I will actually say I have come off an events funding workshop this morning that was put together by our district services team, which was primarily started around the alcohol side of things, but I also did put it in there that people needed to consider these things when funding applications were made. So we are spreading the word slowly but surely that people need to have these options out there.
Thanks, Catherine. So Dave, are you happy to leave it at that we work on the criteria rather than stipulate exactly what people have to offer?
Could we perhaps just add some wording around encourage healthy options such as sugar-free options or something like that? Just, because that's around sugar-free drinks and sugar-free lollies, and I mean, there is a way to be able to still enjoy your drinks and your lollies without having to have the high bit that's going to contribute both to tooth decay, which kids in Taitokerau have a very high rate of tooth decay, plus the implications. We have a number of kids who are overweight and things. So yeah, I appreciate this is one day, as I say, but if we can be consistent in our messaging and just to encourage healthy options, including the provision of sugar-free drinks and sweets or something like that, I think that would be a good start.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Right. Are we putting this to the vote? Any more questions?
Madam Chair, just for clarity, did you and Dave, as the original mover and seconder, want to include that in this recommendation?
You can do, yes.
Yes, please.
Fantastic. I'll just put it up on the screen. We have
I was going to say something like
we're giving 2,500 to the others, aren't we? Oh, well, I've only asked for 2-3. That's all right.
Could we mention the drinking water in this one, please? As well, we've sort of tried to set that as a bar to date. So if we could include that, so including free drinking water.
They do provide that.
Yeah. Oh well, it's just, but this is a signal for other groups looking to what they're doing. They can see what we've actually.
We probably should have started this at the beginning of the Christmas funding process, shouldn't we, instead of partway through? But if Catherine's working on a standard,
and
that would
through
be
the
great.
chair, I have spoken with all of them about those sort of options as well, and said that this is a directive that's coming through from the board.
Madam Chair, we sort of, I think we've got to the point we all agree with water, and the other is recommendation. So we can slowly move in from must have to recommend to.
You've got to. No.
Yeah,
I think you'll find it's happening naturally anyway, but it's good to mention it.
I'm sitting here with Santa, so it's a bit difficult for me to have an open conversation.
I'm noticing that Dave's beard is getting quite substantial, and so perhaps he'd like to take on the role of Santa Claus and take the risks of giving the non-sugar lollies to the kids.
That's fine, Bruce. If you want to step down, I'll...
Okay, putting this to the vote. I'm a yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
That's carried. Great, moving on. Next application is that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $3,000 plus GST if applicable to be paid from the board's community fund account to Youthline Auckland Charitable Trust for cost towards Youthline services to meet the following community outcomes: communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable, and proud, vibrant communities. Do I have a mover?
Yes.
That was?
Bruce.
Bruce, thank you. Seconder?
Manuela.
Thank you, Manuela. Now the request was for, Scott requested 3,000. They actually did request 5,000, Catherine, I think. Anyway, the recommendation is 3,000 that we're moving. Page 85. Any questions, queries, Dave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did provide the link earlier on just because my ex-boss has gone to be running it. So the link about the whakarongo was that is the combined health services and support lines, depression lines, and things that the government has previously provided have come together under one banner. My concern around this was twofold. One is this for really going to an organisation outside of our district. And secondly, the organisation, if you look at the supporting information on page 180, has a combined equity of almost $9 million and current assets of almost $3.5 million. This is not an organisation that's on the bones of its ass, whereas a lot of other of our far north organisations are. And I would rather reserve that money for our local initiatives rather than a national line. I think it also opens a precedent that there are a number of other national organisations that would and could approach us for funding, and would see that money go outside of the district. So I don't support this application.
Thank you, Dave. I don't know how much you know about it. I know it's your field of expertise, but they did actually received 21 grants, and I didn't find any information, Catherine, in the application as to where the 21 grants were received from, whether 3 of them were actually from in our district. But yeah, point taken.
They applied to all 3 community boards. Te Hiku on Tuesday granted them 3,000. Kaikohe Hokianga yesterday granted them 3,000. Although they are not local to the district, there are a couple of things in there, and one is that they are one of the most well-known, so it's one that rangatahi do call because they have heard of them, whereas a lot of the other initiatives they may not have heard of so well. And it's also, although their call staff or volunteers are primarily Auckland based, they do refer rangatahi who call them, who need further assistance, to local service providers in the mental health field or whichever field is required at the time. So that was also taken into consideration, because that was also a concern raised by the other boards. Okay,
so I have Bruce, then Manuela, and then Lane.
Yes, no, I'm supporting it. Thank you, Catherine. I mean, I agree with your comments just then. I mean, speaking from my own personal experience, I've got grandchildren who have used the service. I've got other grandchildren who are sitting there that I haven't admitted to me yet, but I've got a feeling that they probably also have stepped in as well, so up to the service. So I really do have to say, even though the as it was explained earlier, the counsellors may not be in our area, but they're dealing with our children who have got a huge amount of issues, and I support anything that comes through for our children to handle these problems that they've got. There's lots of issues right throughout the whole of the north for these young children to deal with. I think they're up against the wall.
Thanks, Bruce. Manuela?
Yes, I like the way you explain it as a triage service. You know, if there is grave concern, that it gets recommended on to local services. So I'm supporting it too.
Thank you. Lane?
Yes, certainly respect what Dave said. I think, though, that, you know, we sit here on a technologically linked meeting, so I think whether the person's in Auckland or up here is a little bit incidental. I would support this, as I would support any local similar service. I think our youth need everything we can throw at them. So I support this one, as I will support others. I also had the last cookie.
Any more comments? Manawai, did you want to comment on this one?
Yeah, I take all the comments from everyone, and I will support this one, because I think our taitamariki, our rangatahi have been, the distress has been elevated once again with the second lockdown. So they need places where they can entry into being heard. That's all I had to say. Kia ora.
Thank you. Frank?
Yeah, yes, look, I respect what Dave's saying, but I'm also of the view that it's not just a case of whether the money is actually spent in our area or outside our area. The big question to me is our area benefiting, and from what I've heard, I don't have any doubts that young people in our area are benefiting from this service, and that's good enough for me. So I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Right, everybody's commented, so I'm going to put that to the vote. So we have moved $3,000 toward Youthline Auckland Charitable Trust. I'm a yes. Lane?
Yes.
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 Aye.
No, and I'd like it commented why I'm against that, please.
Thanks, Dave. Do you want to just state a comment for Casey?
So my comment is that the organisation presents its application as already well resourced with $1 million budgets and funds they're sitting on. And so from that perspective, I can't support that.
Thank you. Do you need a minute, Casey?
No, carry on.
Thank you. Right, we'll put the next. D, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board confirms the resolution of 3rd of June 2021 and approves the sum of $3,077 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community fund account to Kawakawa Huntavasa Charitable Trust for costs towards the Tihongana, sorry, it's jumping around.
Sorry.
Costs towards the Tihongana Booking Office project to support the following outcomes: communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable, and proud, vibrant communities. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Frank. Oh, Manawai.
And I'll second.
Seconder. I've got Manawai and Frank. Right, discussions around this. This is to do with the conversion of the old bank vault to the booking office. I think we pretty well discussed that, the conversion into an office hub. Any questions, discussions? No? I'll put it to the vote. Thank you. I'm a yes.
No.
Lane?
Yes.
Right.
Sorry, Lane, was that a no?
That's correct. No.
Frank?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Do you want that recorded, Lane?
I don't mind.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Put that to the vote. Catherine, do you want to speak before we vote?
You've already voted on that one. It's on the next one. The sum should be 10,000, not 30,000. My apologies. I obviously had fat fingers when I was typing up the report.
I've got 10 here.
I've got 10.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
It was showing 30 on my screen, but I think it's fixed now.
Okay, it's showing 10 in my agenda. So, right, we'll put that previous one to the vote. Sorry,
sorry, it was to the. It's voted.
It's already been voted. Good.
Yeah.
Right. So, the final one. We've already voted on that previously, have we? Or do we need to vote on the $10,000 as well?
We do need to, the same.
Okay. recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board confirm their resolution of 3rd of June 2021 and approves a sum of $10,000 plus GST if applicable to be paid from the board's community fund account to Kawakawa Huntavasa Charitable Trust for costs towards Kawakawa Community Plan to support the following community outcomes: communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable, and proud, vibrant communities. We did, I thought we had, in addition to that.
I do have, there was an update, apologies, Madam Chair. I'm just going to change this to what was actually published in the agenda. Apologies for that. So we have.
So I will read it while you're doing that. And to grant the Kawakawa Huntavasa Charitable Trust the following conditions. 1, that the Kawakawa Huntavasa Charitable Trust work with the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board Kawakawa Morewa Subdivision Representative, Kawakawa Business Association, iwi Hapu representatives and other interested community groups. And secondly, report back to the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board with a project brief including timeline and deliverable commitments before the funds are uplifted.
So we just need a mover and a seconder.
So
Thank
I'll
you,
move that. Do we have a seconder?
Yes.
Thank you, Manuela. Any discussion around that? We had already previously approved that. It's just we didn't have those conditions against it to track the community development plan and working within the community. So if you're all happy with that, I'll put that to the vote. I'm a yes.
I'm a no.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
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 Okay, so that's carried, and we move on to item 7.10, page 120. No, it's 108. No, it's 118. Sorry, I didn't pick that up. Missed one here. Right, we are on page 106, I think. Bear with me. I've got a difference of opinion on page numbers here. Page 108 and 106 in my agenda. Item 7.1. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board note the project reports received from Ngāti Rāhui Māori Committee, Carols in the Park 2020, Resilient Russell Charitable Trust, Go Green Awards, and Whangaroa Museum and Archives Society Incorporated. Do I have a mover? Manuela, thank you. Seconder? Thank you, Lane. Any discussion around this? I just want to note that we got acknowledgement as a community board from Ngāti Rāhui Māori Committee and Resilient Russell Charitable Trust. However, Bruce, this is entertaining for you. On page 295 of the additional information, they thanked council and a beautiful big council logo from the Whangaroa Museum and Archives Society. So wow. I thought that might amuse you. If we can somehow get a template or sticker of that logo to ensure that it goes out with our
through the chair, when they are sent their purchase order number, they are sent a copy of the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board logo. Every single applicant gets that. So I'm not sure, I think they've just used a far north one that they've had from previous years.
That's all right. So we'll let council have that one, shall we?
I'll take
right, I'll put that to the vote. Yeah, thanks, Bruce. Okay, I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Yes from me.
Yes, for me.
Yes, from me.
Aye.
So that's carried. So that brings us to item 8.1, the information reports. So I'll move that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receive the report Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board action sheet update as at October 2021. Do I have a seconder?
Yes.
Sorry, that was
Bruce.
Bruce?
Yep.
Any queries or questions on the action sheet, Dave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of ones. One was to ask Catherine, have we had any further report back around Jackie over the water in the Totara North?
Not yet, but I have requested it from her and she knows that she needs to send that in. I have chased that. And again, I've been trying to chase Rowena, but I haven't managed to get hold of her, but we'll try again. That's something I try at least once a month.
Sure. The other thing, I guess, I was just a little bit disappointed, and I'm sorry I wasn't at the last meeting. I wasn't well, but the discussion that we had over the Duke of Marlborough alfresco dining application and the information put by staff at the time led me to believe that they needed to initiate the development of the alfresco policy and what have you. And so I was surprised to see that had it all been amalgamated with about 7 or 8 different policies and gone out for consultation under the roadside bylaw banner. So whilst I appreciate that there are factors behind the scenes that either bylaws have already been revoked legally, which goes back right to the dog bylaw, or whether we look at what's about to be revoked and the urgency by which council's putting these things through, I'm a little bit concerned that we haven't had the opportunity to be able to fully participate in the development of that, and instead of putting in a submission at the end of the process, to actually be talking with staff as a board around the parts that we see, because this roadside bylaw has a number of very disparate parts that have all been thrown together, and has implications both for alcohol and tobacco use in those public areas as well. So yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge my concern around that, and felt that we hadn't been fully briefed at the time. Obviously that work was already well underway, in fact ready to be signed off to go out.
Thanks, Dave. And your point was noted, and we have had discussion around that, both at the board level and in workshop. And you're right, the work had to be done to get it through council prior to June next year with a lot of the bylaws. And we also were surprised at the number of bylaws that were put together that didn't seem to fit together, but we're working through those. And just for clarification, in our pink pages on number 3 at the front of the agenda, it has been brought to our attention and explained that we can recommend new bylaws or amendments to existing bylaws. So we can actually do that to Strategy and Policy Committee at any time. So if there are bylaws that have not been implemented, particularly in relation to our lane, you will know with the disability parks, the disability action groups, that they didn't make it through the process into the new bylaws, so it will be up to us to actually instruct an amendment to make sure that the bylaw is fit for purpose with the policy, fits the paintings on the ground, which have not actually been, the process hasn't been followed through and implemented. So I'm not as concerned as I was in relation to the fact that the bylaws are going through. At least we will have something in place that we can actually put amendments to. But I hear your concerns. It has been quite a rushed project, but we have, I think, all learnt a little bit along the way through that one. So I will continue to.
I'll to take the opportunity now to signal, I will share with the board members just and through emails, parallel process that's happening in Auckland, who are also undergoing a similar one around those sort of bylaws, but there's a separate consultation going on around alcohol signage, particularly around off licenses. So I think there's an opportunity to be putting some thinking into this now, to be able to further entertain our position around these sorts of topics.
Madam Chairman.
Great, thank you.
Just as a comment, I don't know how many of the staff that are with us today are in the John Butler Centre, but there's an interesting example of alfresco dining taking place outside, which is cordoned off by one restaurant. Then the other restaurant, to get their sign showing, actually goes out and obstructs 50% of the existing footpath. And we've had 2 incidents now where Sir Lancelot and his mobility scooter, ended up in conflict with a planter, then proceeded to have conflict with the thing. So if we need examples, they're very close at hand.
Yeah, you take your tape down the road, because you might find that the minimum footpath width is still being adhered to, even though the footpath is well in use in the area. That's part of the problem we have.
I have photographs that I can forward to you, Madam Chairman. I didn't take
Thank you.
But I will. I will.
Right, so we were with you, Dave. Anything else in the in our resolutions here that you wanted to comment on?
No, not at the current time, Madam Chair. Obviously, with there's only the tree and Russell. What was the other one that was something to do with me that I've, whether we've had any further stuff. Because again, there's comments around that's all existing budgets and things. And, so I guess our earlier discussions were, is this going to be impacted by further spending in those budgets? That's all.
So that opens the door to a resolution in relation to requesting, just trying to find my scribble here, that we request that council establish a tree maintenance budget in the annual plan.
I'm happy to second that if you'd like to move that.
You so would. Thank you. Thanks, Dave. So if we put that through, Casey, and then I can address it perhaps at the council table at the next council meeting. The other issue that was brought up, Dave, I think you raised this one, was in relation to the streetlight contract and dealing with the ongoing information in relation to the contractors and when the contracts are going to roll over or be renewed, so that we get information in relation to those.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Can we move this actually as a motion that we request a monthly report? So to every meeting, even if the report says there is no procurement due in the next 6 months or something, just so that we are aware of what is coming up.
Yeah, because it's quite a lengthy lead-in period, isn't it, to the contracts?
Yeah.
Do you need a mover and a seconder for that first one, Casey? Myself and Dave, do we need to vote on that resolution?
Oh, sorry, Belinda. It just sounded like you had, Madam Chair, some more discussion happening. So potentially the amendment could include both the tree maintenance budget and what you're considering, unless you wanted to do them as separate amendments.
Happy to do them together.
Okay, so that a tree maintenance budget or a vegetation control.
The council established a tree maintenance budget.
Part of the annual plan process?
In the annual plan.
The annual plan.
Full stop.
And
that the community board provided with I think a 12-month schedule, because that should be an ongoing one, because there will be bits of work coming into that, and so it's a regular, so a monthly report on the 12-month work program around procurement contracts that affect the board locally.
Islands-Whangaroa Community Board be provided with monthly reporting in accordance with a 12-month work program around program, 12-month week program. Just get that wording right.
This monthly reporting and alignment with.
There, but I fixed the roof out there, but I didn't fix it properly enough. It's leaking right on my plant.
It'll be affect, not effect. Too. Sorry for the spelling.
Affect, yeah.
Yep.
Right, so we have the tree maintenance budget in the annual plan, and B, the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community will be provided with monthly procurement reporting that relates to contracts and levels of service that affect the ward. They're calling it the Eastern, don't call it the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa, do they? Call it the Eastern.
Yeah, that's weird.
So I'd like to actually
Eastern Ward tree removal. I don't know where that comes from. Anyway, let's ignore that. Okay.
So can we make that, so I'd like a 12-month forecast. So even if it's just a line that says that's due to come up, there doesn't need to be any more, but it's a signaling of what's coming up in the 12-month period. So it's an ongoing updated report.
So we want a timeline report, Dave, then, don't we?
Yep,
so that we know when, yeah.
Yep.
So,
yep.
so it's really not a full report every time. It's just a timeline report. Yeah.
Yep. But that should trigger ones where our information or our comments are sought.
Madam Chair, can I just clarify? We're talking about ongoing monthly procurement reporting. Now, I think what Dave is saying that we want to know in advance.
Yes, we want a timeline.
That is not clear in the actual amendment.
So we want an annual timeline so that we know what's coming up.
Well,
it's not clear. You're correct.
What Dave's trying to say is we want to know what might be coming up and might be renegotiated so that we can provide any community input that might be relevant to the renewal or otherwise of that contract. I think that's the guts of it, isn't it, Dave?
Yes.
Yep, that's right, Frank.
It's to get that lead in time to have input.
Yeah. But just when you said you want reporting, that could be interpreted to mean after we've done them all, we'll give you a report and tell you what we've done.
So is it an annual procurement forecast?
It's it's the timeline, isn't it?
So the word we need in there is upcoming. I think, Frank, is what you're highlighting, is that that's not a retrospective one on that has come through, but upcoming contracts and levels of service.
Yeah. I mean, it's a case of if there's something coming up and it's going to be renewed or not, and we as our board are aware of shortcomings, that we can make damn sure those shortcomings are considered in the process.
Thank you, Manuela. Did you want to add to that? Your hand's up.
Yes. I've got a question. We wanted to put a motion forward for the placemaking in Russell. That's on the on the sheets as well. Does that go in here, or do we do a separate?
We can actually
because it's an action on the action.
These two are to council. We could put a separate one approving the commencement of the engagement. Is that what you're looking for?
Isn't that what we need to do, or I'm just questioning it? I'm totally out of my depth with this, but yeah.
No, well, yes. So based on what Catherine was saying earlier, excuse me, the community need to initiate it, but I think we need to actually approve initiating, you starting the discussion with the community for the desire for them to do it, as we were at, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's deal with this first. So part 2, we now have the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board. Be provided with ongoing monthly report, including upcoming contracts and levels of service that affect the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa community. Dave, is that to your satisfaction? Just you can see what Casey's typing.
Yeah, we know what the essence of it is. I wouldn't want to see semantics got in the way of actually what we're wanting. And I think, Madam Chair, you understand quite succinctly what we're wanting and are able to evince that to the administration if you're meeting with them.
Thank you. So I've moved that. Bruce has seconded it. Do we want to see for the placemaking in there with that?
Would you like
Casey,
to
would your recommendation be for us to include those as 3 different A, B, and C's from this meeting, or would you prefer that we do it separately for the placemaking?
A, B, and C is fine. What we might, I just want the wording then around the placemaking. What is it that you're wanting to achieve there so that we can get that wording correct?
And I will speak to that.
I'm going on the action sheet, page 122 at the top. D, note community board members engage with the Russell community to develop a placemaking kaupapa for the Strand Russell. My question is, what do we have to do to action this? Because I'm now at the point where I can have somebody that will start engaging with the community to start the process. As I understand, the process has to happen, is engaging with the community and consultating with the community what they're expecting of the placemaking, explain what the placemaking is.
Yep. So I think carrying on from that workshop that we had this morning with Catherine Traywin, the funding advisor.
Yep.
Are you clear on what the way forward is there then, that the community group will put forward an application?
No, but it's not a community group. It's the community. We don't want a group to come and do this. As far as I understand it, it should be from the community, not a group. If I pick a group, then we're going to have problems again, like we already have.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's what we have on the action sheet, that the community board members engage with the Russell community. So, yeah.
Thanks. Catherine's there. Perhaps she could advise you of the best way, the next step. I understand.
I was going to say, I think I need to have a conversation with my team leader, Anna Mules, and see what her advice would be on this one, because she's been involved with doing a lot of community development plans and that sort of thing. And I think she might be able to help plan the way forward. I mean, I come at it purely from a funding, this is who we can give money to perspective, and this is what we need to do that. I don't think this is something I can give a straight answer, a definitive answer on today, but I can come back to the board at the next meeting with some recommendations if that would help.
That's perfect. That's what I would love to have Anna involved, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can't promise on that one, but I will have a conversation with her. I'm seeing her in person on Monday.
Yep.
So by then, Catherine, we will also be closer to having a policy or guidelines in place, which Manuela will be able to use and say this is the Bible, right?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. So we have A and B. Receive the action sheet, tree maintenance, and the reporting. Right, we're all clear on that. So that was moved by myself, seconded by Dave Hookwaikopa. I'm going to put that to the vote. Yes.
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 Aye.
And that's carried. Thank you all very much. So it looks like we have come to the close of our meeting. And Dave, would you like to do our closing karakia today?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had an opening but not a close prepared.
That's all right. We can ask anybody else would like to. No? Manuela?
I'm happy. Oh, anyone?
Happy to do
I'll go for it, guys. I'll go for it. Okay.
Thanks, Manawai.
Kia tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō tātou ariki aihu kraiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu. Ake, amene.
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 Thank you all. Thank you for your time.
Everyone. Ka kite.
And thank you to staff who joined us and David Clendon.